Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, where everyone is just getting into our Zoom room and getting situated. Welcome to everyone. We're expecting about 85 to 90 people this morning. So we'll just give it a few more seconds and then we'll get started. All right. Welcome to our Mediation Week CLE program this year. It's one of our section's major events that we plan for our section. And today marks the third, I believe it's the third year in a row that we've done this event. We leverage the American Bar Association's Mediation Week campaign that runs the third week of October every year. And so now I think this is the third or fourth year we've done it in a row. And so I want to thank you all for being here. The objective of our program is generally to provide all of our members of the section and even beyond the section, members from other sections, because we will typically reach out to other sections as well in the bar, an opportunity to learn from experts in different areas of mediation and conflict resolution. So we're here to learn from different experts from around the world. And today, you will actually hear from practitioners, academics, civil society experts in mediation, in conflict resolution, and peacemaking. So again, on behalf of the ADR section of the State Bar, I want to welcome you. My name is Sean Momin. I am the chair of the section. And on behalf of our executive committee, thank you for joining us. And I want to express our deepest gratitude to our speakers who have generously given their time and their expertise for being with us today. We're quite excited and looking forward to what they have in store for us today. I do want to take a couple of minutes before I hand it over to our first set of speakers. And I do want to share something that we're going to try to do something similar to what we've done in the previous years to build on the great successes of our section, and then perhaps talk about what we want to do for the next several months, really up until June. For those of you who attended our event back in May, which seems a very long time ago, you have learned that our section received Section of the Year award from the State Bar. And so this was fantastic, completely a surprise to us, but our immediate past chair, Scott Zucker, who's going to be moderating, the first session this morning, thanks to his leadership and the entire team, we were honored with this award, and we're hoping to build on that award and, of course, the great leadership over the last few years of the section. And so what we have planned for the next several months, of course, we had our in-person event last month in Macon, about a 3-hour CLE. We did great turnout, and we're looking to build on that. We're hoping to do one at least, if not two more in-person CLE events in Augusta and Savannah. So if you're in the region, be on the lookout for those. We're quite excited about bringing these programs to the road and meeting all our section members in that region. Of course, in November, we have the event that's hosted by the Georgia Office of Dispute Resolution. It's their annual ADR Institute, which is a fantastic event. So if you don't have that marked in your calendar, I believe it's November 21st. And so be sure to mark your calendar and attend that event. It's a fantastic event to attend and learn a lot from different experts in the field. And we're looking to do different types of programs as well. We're going to try to continue our ADR and diversity symposium as well. We're going to be working with some experts from Emory University's law school to learn more about faith-based conflict resolution. We're hoping to have an event similar to this, but focus on arbitration in March. We're going to be partnering with the the Atlanta Bar Association in April for a breakfast CLE. And finally, of course, an event with the Young Lawyers Division, a joint virtual event with the Young Lawyers Division. And so, we want to build on the activities from last year or so, and partner with other sections, partner with other organizations to bring about the different areas of conflict resolution mediation for our section members. So I hope you will join us in these events, whether it's virtually or in person. It'll be great to see everyone. I do want to talk about getting involved. Of course, I am sitting here as chair because 3, 4 years ago, I was like you. I wanted to get involved. I was attending these events, and I thought, what can I do to be involved more? And I'd reached out and got involved, was able to meet some great people and uh, help put together a few programs and learn a lot from colleagues from around the state. And so if that sounds like something you would be interested in doing, please reach out to us, to me, or to Lane at the State Bar. And we'd love to bring you on board and get you involved with the different programs that we have, or just partner you with folks that are involved in an executive committee, because it is a great learning experience. It is a great opportunity to meet different people from around the state as well. I do want to share some good news. We have received approval for today's program for 4 CLE hours, 3 general and 1 ethics CLE. So I'm glad to hear that. And then, of course, we have received approval from the Georgia Office of Dispute Resolution for 4 hours of CE credit for those of you who are registered neutrals as well. And you should have received materials from the State Bar this morning for today's event. As far as today's event is concerned, structurally, I do want to talk about the format. So, as I mentioned, we have 4 CLEs that have been approved. So we'll have 4 different topics. In just a few minutes, I'll turn it over to Scott Zucker, who will moderate a session on how to disagree well in a polarized society with our 2 experts, Dr. Gary Mason and Tom Crick. After that, we'll have Ray Chadwick walk us through successes in mediation, defining and achieving it. We then will have a short break for about 15 minutes, so enough time to perhaps get a quick bite to eat. And then we'll be back on schedule at 11 o'clock on why preparation in mediation is critical. An interview with Ellen Malla, conducted by Erica Berg, who is a former chair of the ADR session. And then we'll finish off at 12 o'clock with trauma-informed ADR by Rahina Lalani Daya. So I hope you will stick with us throughout the morning and early afternoon and learn a lot from us. With that, I do want to now introduce Scott Zucker, who will take us through our very first topic this morning. As I mentioned, Scott is the immediate past chair of our section, and has done some great work under his leadership. He's a certified mediator and arbitrator, and his practice focuses on commercial and business litigation with an emphasis on ADR in construction, real estate, employment, landlord, tenant, and franchise law. So Scott, welcome. Thanks for moderating this session, and I will turn it over to you.
Well, thanks, Sean, and good morning, everyone. Really excited to be back again this year for Conflict Resolution Day and the programs brought to you by the State Bar of Georgia. It's really interesting. We sort of learned about this international recognition of conflict resolution philosophy and support a number of years ago, and wanted to sort of join the bandwagon and do our own program via the State Bar, because it's really special to recognize the importance of conflict resolution, especially for those of us who are involved in that world, either as an advocate or as a neutral. So when we were talking about developing a program themed on conflict resolution, it was pretty clear that we were thinking about the concept of peace and how fortunate we are when we think about the efforts of creating peace in our world, that we have the Carter Center right here in Atlanta, Georgia, and how lucky we are to have this organization in our backyards. So with a small amount of effort through Tom Crick, who I'll introduce in just a minute, to help organize this program with Reverend Dr. Gary Mason, we came up with this program, How to Disagree Well in a Polarized Society. I think you'll be fascinated to hear from our speakers in a few moments. I think it's really helpful. They did send me short bios, and I typically try to shorten those short bios for everyone. But the background of our two speakers that are coming up is so significant and informed. I wanted to introduce both of them fully. Just take a few seconds for you to get to know our next speaker. So first, let me introduce Tom Crick, project advisor to the Carter Center's Conflict Resolution Program. He works on conflict prevention, peace building, and peacemaking, and is currently supporting the center's domestic programming to strengthen trust and resiliency in U.S. democracy, focusing particularly on supporting faith leaders to engage around depolarization. Prior to this, he worked for almost 3 decades to support the Carter Center and former U.S. President Jimmy Carter's efforts to promote peace and democracy around the world, including in North Korea, Ethiopia, Great Lakes region of East Africa, China, Sudan, Uganda, and elsewhere. Mr. Crick developed and managed a long-term community justice project in Liberia before beginning work in the U.S. in 2020. Mr. Crick has a master's degree in Irish political studies from the Queen's University of Belfast and conducted doctoral work on ethno-national conflict at the London School of Economics and Emory University. He's a trained mediator and recent adjunct faculty member at Emory University's School of Law. So Tom, welcome to our program this morning. Thank you for taking the time to be here. And next, along with you, all the way from Belfast, which I learned about this morning, and how nice of you to join us from so far away in a different time zone, Reverend Dr. Gary Mason, who is a Methodist minister and directs a conflict transformation organization based in Belfast called Rethinking Conflict. Prior to this, he spent 27 years as a Methodist clergy person in parish ministry in Belfast, playing an integral role in the Northern Irish peace process. He was instrumental in facilitating negotiations with paramilitaries and government officials, and in 2007, his contribution was formally recognized by the Queen. Gary has lectured in political and academic forums throughout Europe, South Africa, the Middle East, and the USA on lessons from the Irish peace process. He holds a PhD in psychology from the University of Ulster, completed his theological studies at Queen's University, and has a bachelor's in business studies from the University of Ulster. Among other international positions, he is a visiting professor at the Candler School of Theology at Emory University here in Atlanta, lecturing on religion, identity politics, peace, and reconciliation. Gary is an affiliated expert and partner to the Negotiation Strategies Institute, a Harvard University program on negotiation for Israelis and Palestinians and international diplomats. Gary is an international advisor at the European Wasidi Graduate School for Peace and Conflict Resolution at the University of Flensburg in Germany. Gary is also a visiting academic at the University of Central Florida in conflict transformation, political violence, and negotiation. Gary is an advisor to the Wolf Institute at the University of Cambridge, and also, as we know, a consultant to the Carter Center in Atlanta, Georgia. So, goodness gracious, guys, what incredible histories in the world of conflict resolution that you both have. So honored that you both took the time to join us today. And I'm going to turn it over to you with your topic of how to disagree well in a polarized society. Thank you for being here.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. I almost hesitate to know where to begin on this big topic, but I'll borrow from Gary to say that in order to disagree well, you have to understand well. And in the context of ADR, and at least my own training at the Justice Center, there is a little bit of a disjuncture between process and context sometimes. Gary and I live in a world of complexity, of broken relationships, of violence, of retribution, of the total breakdown of trust, and trying to, if not rebuild, then at least establish a common basis for peaceful coexistence. The process of politics, as I understand it, is all about finding peaceful means to reconcile naturally different interests. And that's the business we're in. As my Justice Center training you showed me, in many processes, having an understanding of context is not necessary. Having an understanding or knowledge of the parties is can be disqualifying. And so how does the ADR process work at the level of trying to bring down the temperature in societies and try to heal some of our bonds so we can move forward within a common framework? For me, the skills that you need to have in the ADR process, those of listening, those of they teach you the techniques of body language, being able to reframe, being able not to trigger, being able to ask neutral questions, being able to talk to somebody about ask them what their problem is from their point of view, not to prejudge, to gather the information from them as they portray it, are in fact critical to all sort of human relations, and human relations are the basis for sort of the peace building model. President Carter, when he started out his post-presidency with the vision to create a center where he could recreate some of the lessons he'd learned at Camp David and build a place where people could come to peacefully resolve their differences. He, in fact, began as a nuclear engineer with an in-depth study into the techniques of conflict resolution. And he worked with Roger Fisher and Bill Urey, who at that point were the sort of cutting edge of a new discipline. And so tried to break down the steps of process. And the first action that the conflict resolution program at the Carter Center took, and this is in the late 80s, was in fact guided by our first director, who was an ADR specialist from Alabama, a lawyer, and got President Carter involved in mediation on the smokeless tobacco issue. They successfully negotiated to have warnings put on smokeless tobacco products even back then. So that's just to link the sort of the technical pieces of the process with the with mediation. And of course, President Carter went on and worked internationally in many different fora. So with that, I thought I'd turn it over to Gary, who has the finest of the fine-grained understanding of what it takes to operate in international contexts. We have the continuum or the elements of conflict prevention, conflict intervention, and peace building after conflict. And Gary has been involved in all of those. And regrettably, our main relationship is in the sort of the conflict prevention side in the US now, due to the place we find ourselves. The Carter Center has always worked internationally, never worked domestically except on mental health issues. But in the last 5 years, we have had to pivot given the concerns for democratic backsliding and the normalization of violence in the US. And so we've reached out to many people, and Gary has been a foremost expert and guide to us in trying to develop ways and lessons from international conflict to apply them back here. Once Gary's enlightened us, I'll come back and talk a little bit more about our US context and the work specifically. So, Gary, over to you, sir.
Hey, Tom, thank you. Good afternoon from Belfast and good morning in Georgia. As Tom said there, I'm working in three contexts. In the Irish context post-conflict, and I'm going to look at that. A lot of people work in the assumption that now the Good Friday Agreement is signed, this place transitioned instantaneously to peace. We're still working on it 26 years after the Good Friday Agreement. The other region I work in is the Israeli-Palestinian theater, and we don't need any detailed explanations as regards what's going on there. And I also work in the United States, trying to bring different folk together from both Republican tradition and Democratic tradition just to hear one another and humanize one another better. Let me just highlight a little bit about the Northern Ireland conflict, because I guess in many ways that's been my launch pad to move into other zones. I mean, Northern Ireland's a tiny, tiny space. I mean, I've been to Atlanta often. The metro population, as you guys know, continues to increase almost on a daily basis. But in the late 1960s, early 70s, when the Northern Ireland conflict broke out, we had a population of 1.5 million people, minuscule. But over that 30-year period, we had 47,000 injuries, 36,000 shootings, 22,000 armed robberies, 30,000 people went through our penal system, with 16,000 bombings and almost 4,000 dead. I often extrapolate those figures into the United States and say very simply, if the Northern Ireland conflict had have taken place in the United States over a period of 30 years, you would have had 9 million injuries, 7 million shootings, 6 million political prisoners, 4 million armed robberies, 3 million bombings, and 700,000 dead. So as I speak to you today, 17th of October, 2024, the outstanding issue of the Irish peace process is dealing with the past or with legacy. I mean, the Good Friday Agreement, I often say to American colleagues that, to my mind, it was probably one of the best pieces, if not the best piece of American foreign policy in the last 50 or 60 years. I mean, it's described by academics, by journalists, literally as a political miracle. I mean, the process was absolutely grueling trying to get there. And I mean, I know the story when President Clinton rang Senator George Mitchell and asked him, would he take on a role of chairing talks that may eventually lead to a peace process within the Northern Irish context. And I know George Mitchell said back to Bill Clinton, President Clinton, how long do you think this may last? And Clinton's reply was, well, I'm guessing 4 to 6 months. It took 24 months of long, protracted mediation, negotiation to actually get people over the line. And really what the Good Friday Agreement did was try to create a win-win process for both sides. There's an interesting article there written by a scholar on the west coast of the United States that talks about humiliation being one of the main roots of terrorism. I mean, George Mitchell was a brilliant diplomat, as you guys know, great mediator. But I also at times saw him almost in the role like a therapist. He had amazing listening skills and unending patience in so many ways. I mean, people often would have said to George Mitchell, you're indulging these people far too much. They're much too fond of their own opinions. But in reality, it was a triumph for patience, because people at times were bogged down in endless arguments about procedures and agendas. But eventually, on April the 10th, 1998, he got these talks over the line. With the words, I took a deep breath, felt tears welling in my eyes. I had to sit down. But a throwaway comment he said that day, which has often fascinated me, and I put it out to my colleagues there in Georgia. He said this, if you think getting this agreement was difficult, and it was, implementing it will be even more difficult. So here we are 26 years, over 26 years later, and we are still working on the implementation of the Good Friday Agreement. There were three main components: the release of political prisoners, the reform of policing, and weapons decommissioning. And one of the things I think we all learned as we moved through this process was that even though you make an agreement, you need to have flexible parameters. Give you an example of that. Weapons decommissioning was meant to take place 2 years after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. The IRA did not decommission their weapons until 2005. The loyalist groupings, again non-state actors, did not decommission their weapons until 2009. Now, if there had been a very strong dogmatism there from both the British, Irish, and American administrations, we may never have got over the line. So I think one lesson I learned in all those mediations, negotiations, etc., was if you know you're moving in the right direction, there's no doubt deadlines, as you guys know, do focus people's minds. But when you're coming out of a barbaric conflict of 30 years, sometimes flexibility can be absolutely paramount. The peace process really in Northern Ireland is still quite fragile. And one of the reasons for that is it was a mutually agreed second preference deal. So in other words, not every person got everything they wanted. So when you think of peace processes, there's really three types of peace. The first one is Sri Lanka, okay, where you get military victory, where the government, Sri Lankan forces crush the Tamil Tigers, and there's not a signed peace agreement, it's a military victory. I often say when talking about that, no one in this virtual room today can say to me, well, Gary, I can guarantee you the Tamil Tigers will never rise again. I mean, no one can say that. They may not rise in the next 10, 15, or 20 years, but if history is anything to go by, at least let's say there may be the possibility that in 50 to 100 years' time, they may rise again. The second one was South Africa, where really you get colonial regime change at the top, but in many ways, little change at the bottom. And if you watch South African politics closely, poverty levels, sexual crimes against women in townships, against LGBTQ are still at record highs. So it's still a very, very violent society. And then our peace process was a second preference peace process, where no one got everything they wanted. So the key to our peace process was primarily compromise. And I think sometimes in negotiations and even in life, and particularly in US politics at the moment, no matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, compromise is most certainly not a popular word at the moment. It's most certainly not a popular word at the moment in the Middle East. And yet, I mean, some of you I've met before, but most of you I'm meeting for the first time. And I think I can say categorically that all our relationships in this virtual room exist and are maintained because we compromise. I mean, my marriage works because my wife and I know how to compromise. My relationship with my 4 kids work because we know how to compromise. So I think sometimes, particularly in the political world, we actually need to redeem the word that we call compromise and say it's actually not a dirty word. A couple of things there just to highlight. I mean, I would have been seen as a kind of interlocutor for both the British, Irish, and American administrations. And primarily, it's a very technical word. I kind of described it more like a temperature reading. You were going into rooms where people who were pursuing violence, assuming they're going to get their political goals through violence, and almost putting a thermometer into their mouth and testing where they actually were as regards moving away from conflict. And if you look at the Middle East at the moment, which is in very, very difficult space, I've had 1,000 Israelis and Palestinians in Belfast over the last 10 years. And I mean of all shades of opinion, from those on the extreme right, those on the extreme left. And it's interesting, we always do a debrief after those encounters, normally lasting 5 or 6 days. And it's interestingly 5 key components. I'm talking across 1,000 people come up in those debrief sessions. The first thing they would highlight is that political leadership is essential to achieving peace. But that's not enough just to say that. So leaders on all sides of the conflict must sincerely believe that change is preferable to the status quo, and then be willing to take the risks to achieve peace, while maintaining the vision that ensures they maintain the grassroots support of their constituencies. In the early 1990s, what we had here technically was called a mutually hurting stalemate. So very simply put, British Army were not going to defeat the IRA. IRA were never going to defeat the British Army, and the loyalist non-state actors were not going to defeat the IRA. So it was a complete and utter stalemate. But leaders on both of our traditional political divides began slowly to take what I call thoughtful strategic risks in moving their constituencies towards peace. The second concept that Palestinians and Israelis would say that they see there was a desire to break the cycle of violence within the Northern Irish context to save future generations from the horrors of conflict. When I was a little boy in 1972, we had a terrorist incident every 40 minutes. Most nights I went to sleep in my bed listening to gunfire or bombs in the distance, and sometimes not so much in the distance. So the leaders on both sides of our political divide allowed us to take risks, face down accusations of betrayal from within your own community to achieve peace. Nearly every Israeli and Palestinian has been in Belfast. I'm kind of expecting this now. He says to me, Gary, you're just not getting this at all. And I'm saying, tell me, what am I not getting? And they say, we don't trust each other. In reality, in those days in the late 1980s, when a small group of us were reaching into these communities that were pursuing political violence, I often say to colleagues, do you really think the first time we met, like people were hugging and kissing each other, like they were popping bottles of champagne? People in the room hated each other. But you cannot use lack of trust as a prerequisite for not beginning the process. Because we all know trust never comes at the start of a process. It develops over time through dialogue, many times meeting secretly, making and meeting commitments, building confidence through concrete actions. We also find out that attempts to resolve our conflict through military force were ultimately futile. It was a kind of, you kill one of us, we kill one of you. We got real security in the Northern Irish conflict when dialogue was prioritised, the root causes of the conflict were addressed by the establishment of new frameworks, political institutions that gave space for each community to peacefully pursue their vision for Northern Ireland. And the fifth one involves all of us in this call today. It's the role of civic society. A good friend and colleague of mine, Professor John Brewer, who's a brilliant sociologist, developed this theory called the political peace process versus the social peace process. I have many political friends, but politicians cannot be left on their own to pursue a peace process. And one of the keys from the Irish peace process was the role of civic actors. So people like yourselves, lawyers, academics, business people, women's groups, religious actors. I often say that 26 years after the signing of the Good Friday Agreement, that civic society is actually what I kind of call the social glue for actually keeping our peace process together. People find it difficult to talk to people who are pursuing what we call terrorism or political violence. But I often said, if you lock 40 men, and primarily it was men, in a room listening to their own reassuring voices, it's a recipe for disaster. So what we really had to do was give alternatives to allow people to move out of that space. And the best way, I guess, to do that is through a story, through an illustration. 1995, November 1995, Bill Clinton came to Belfast. Ceasefires began summer and autumn, fall of 1994. And Clinton came really to show the American government support for a process that will eventually move towards an agreement. He actually did his keynote address. One of my churches at that stage was on an interface, so think kind of Berlin-type wall separating Catholics and Protestants. And he did the address literally just behind my church. He left the building that he did the address in, went down a road, Springfield Road, you'll not know it, turned left in that car you Americans call the Beast, And Gerry Adams, who was the spokesperson for Sinn Féin, the political wing of the IRA, the most lethal terrorist organization in Western Europe. And Clinton got out and shook Adams' hand. Now, many people said, what is he doing? He is shaking the hand of the spokesperson for the most lethal terrorist organization in Western Europe. But Clinton was clever because he knew there was a struggle for the soul of the IRA, those who wanted to continue terrorism or political violence, and those who wanted to move towards politics. So what Clinton was really doing there was empowering Adams and others who wanted to move the hard men of the IRA away from violence into a political framework. And I mean, it was a classic move because eventually, if you follow the Irish peace process, as you know, eventually the IRA in the early 70s through until the early 80s, the IRA's policy was armed struggle. We will drive the Brits out of Ireland. We will bring about a united Ireland through the bomb and the bullet. In the 80s, they developed what was called a twin track approach to achieving this. So it was very simply the ballot box in one hand and the Armalite in the other. The key of the US administration, the British administration, the Irish administration was to get them to drop the Armalite. And so to do that, the US, the Brits, and the Irish had to empower those within these movements who wanted to move their constituencies into peace. And the very fact we use the terminology, and I've used it throughout our conversation here, peace is a process, it's not an event. There's probably not a day when I'm home here in the island of Ireland that I have some input along with other colleagues to maintaining and sustaining our peace process. And sometimes, as Tom will develop later on, it's humanizing the other. It's Republicans and Democrats being in a room, not necessarily agreeing. Tom began with a quotation I've often used. It's Bret Stephens, who's probably the most conservative journalist in the New York Times, where he says, in order to disagree well, we need to understand well. So a lot of my work in our space is not asking people to necessarily agree politically, but at least humanize and understand the other person's position. Because as one writer said quite succinctly, dehumanization precedes genocide. If you're able to dehumanize another human being, the next step, unfortunately, ends up genocide. And one of your own lawyers in the United States, Brant Stevenson, puts it really well when he says, when we get close, we see things that can't be heard from afar. We see things that can't be seen, and we hear things that we can't hear. And sometimes that makes the difference between acting justly and unjustly. As I mentioned there, I do a fair amount of work in the Middle East and that Israeli-Palestinian theatre. And Micah Goodman would be an academic there at the Shalom Hartman Institute in Jerusalem. I spoke there last April. And Micah Goodman said this, looking at Israeli society. It's a very interesting quotation. I'll read it slowly just to allow you to get your head around it. He says, the rights monopoly on the image of Zionism, the less monopoly on the image of humanism, and religious society's monopoly on the image of Judaism all hurt Israelis' ability to think about Zionism, humanism, and Judaism objectively. And then he says this, when people fail to judge beliefs by their own reasonableness, but instead view them according to the sectarian identity of their adherents, we can conclude that crowd psychology has replaced independent thought. And there's no question in our space, and I'll finish with a story before I pass back to Tom, that in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s, in this Northern Irish context, there was an absolute crowd psychology. Obviously, as a religious leader, I've condemned terrorism and violence all my life. It's been part of who I am as a person. But in condemning it, it would be pretty naive of me not to understand how many men of my generation took up the gun. And it was because of crowd psychology. And I tell this story in a religious context. And I'm more than happy to say that, religion at times can be absolutely toxic in so many ways. Don't always work on the assumption that a person like myself who's a religious actor does not critique religion. I often critique religion. at a rally. Some school friends of mine, where a religious actor was using language that was really moving people towards political violence. Many young men of my generation took up the gun. Was what they did wrong? Categorically. But it'd be pretty simplistic of me, both psychologically and sociologically, to not drill into that deeper and ask the question, like, what turns a 15 or a 16-year-old into a killer? And it's language. And one theologian uses this brilliant phrase where he talks about linguistic violence, the language of the tongue, or the weaponization of the tongue. And I often say to colleagues and friends, because I have both Republican and Democrat friends, I kind of tease my Americans, because when I'm in the States, I end up staying with both Republicans and Democrats, and I can smile and say, no, I find most of them actually pretty normal, and Americans just smile. But if we are constantly using crowd psychology to demonize another person, instead of sitting down in a human framework and understanding them, I probably don't need to remind you guys, with decades, hundreds of years experience between you in a legal framework, what ultimately happens. So language is so crucial. And I know the work of the Carter Center, other organizations like Braver Angels, have been bringing people together, not to make Democrats Republicans or vice versa, but just to humanize and hear the person's story. I mean, the academic, and I'll finish with this, Goskal, who's a brilliant academic, says that science has long proven that storytelling is one of the most effective mechanisms for bringing about change. Tom, I've said enough. I passed you, my friend.
Thank you, Gary. As always, it's it's critical to understand where we are in order to try to find the means to move forward. And let me talk you through a little bit of the process that the Carter Center has been going through in order to develop the programming that we now have in 6 states to try to push back against polarization in the US and try to minimize the possibility of violence. As part of that programming, we took a group of faith leaders to Northern Ireland, faith and civic leaders actually from left and right. And one of the key lessons that we heard there was that while conflict prevention is hard, stopping conflict is much harder. And so the question for us is, how can we prevent the United States continuing along this path of polarization that some have, warned take us towards civil war? Now, I'm not one of those who has a sort of a grand vision that there will be a left and right conflict in the US, but I am somebody who believes that the tensions that are escalating among certain small sections of our society have reached a dangerous level, are currently dangerous, and could get much worse in what Gary often reminds us is the most heavily armed nation in the world, perhaps other than Yemen. On the other side of that, we know from research that positive messaging is necessary and more effective in reducing temperature. If somebody within a group takes a hard position, that encourages other people in the group to take that same position, and we see that with escalation of rhetoric on both sides in our daily absorption of social media and other messages. But the good news is that the same is also true. if somebody within a group declines to take the bait, or indeed proactively engages to say, well, you know, that's not really a problem here. That's all right. That gives everybody else in that group permission to take the temperature down and to not engage on this. And I'll give you a personal example of that just from yesterday. One of the things that the Carter Center is engaged in, and anybody who's following will know just how messy and difficult this is, but we observe elections internationally and are known for that and have been leaders in that. And when the Carter Center shows up in an international an overseas country with its election observers, the typical response is, well, that's great. There's some grown-ups here. They know what they're doing. They're going to watch. We've been trying to implement that model in the US, and where in fact state laws prevents nonpartisan third-party observation in most states, and observation of elections is restricted to political parties. But in Georgia, we've been able to observe the risk limiting audits, and the last election, at the invitation of the election board and Fulton County, we observed the Fulton County elections. And I'm sorry, this is turning into a long story, but we've been invited this time by Fulton County to join a group led by Ryan Germany to observe the Fulton County elections again. And we have a very big initiative using all of our best practices gleaned over almost 30 years of doing this. Yesterday, the state election board put out its list of accredited party observers. And my own first reaction to this was, well, why are they doing this? This is a competitive process. They're creating another slate of observers, which will confuse the existing slate. But I was, and there was a lot of internet chatter on this. What's the SEB doing? We know there's a lot of controversy around them at the moment. But with a few questions and a little patience and a little understanding, we're able to, understand what many others understand. This is the normal process, that party affiliates are accredited, and we're able to communicate on that. And at least one small potential ruckus was avoided. But to return to the process, we know that in the US over the past 2 decades, the average partisan differences on key identity indicators have all trended in the same direction as started together. Previously, we could say that we were divided by race, religion, locality, social status, military status, and all of these things were sort of pieces of an identity. But in the last 2 decades, these have all tended to come together into these polarized block identities that are partisan identities. So we're affiliating ourselves as red or blue. We're affiliating ourselves as members of particular political parties. There is a significant sort of rider to that while we feel emotionally connected to particular groups, there is still a vast majority of Americans, left and right, who do not fall into the camp of holding extreme views. Opinion polling, even on the most controversial issues, indicates that there are significant majorities who are capable of agreeing on compromise policies. You have the Democrats are currently beating the Republicans with the stick of not having signed an immigration bill that was worked through as an example. So while we are emotionally polarized and we are becoming increasingly susceptible to the identity politics that Gary has described, we still have a long way to go before it's a question of black and white. There are structural dividers to this polarization. We're talking about changing demographics. The foreign-born population of the U.S. moved from 47% in 1970 to about 14% in 2018, and is continuing that upward trend. We're in these closed media ecosystems, and I don't need to tell anybody the impact that is having on us. There is a process of sort of neurophysiological hardening that happens when we are constantly similar information. Our brains are not designed for this continual process of small level triggering and sort of sustained anxiety, which is what these extreme messages on our phones produce. It creates a psyche of increased threat perception. It creates an environment of low trust, decreases our ability for nuance. It increases our intragroup empathy, and it reduces our intergroup empathy. And many people in the sort of the extreme political social media realm are now, I think we can say, almost in the domain of what, when I was growing up, was really the preserve of people who were working on deprogramming, and I don't like that word, but people who were members of cults. I was a psychology student before I moved to politics, and heard personal stories of people who had been in cults in the process of de-radicalization. Is an intensive and individual level process. It requires creating new social bonds. It requires building new environments of trust. It requires a realization that the group that you are within is in fact somehow harming and misleading you. And that's a very difficult process. And before you can get to that realization that you're being harmed, you almost need to be pushed to the edges. And this is the sort of the process that leads to sort of what we see as sort of non-rational responses. We move further towards group-based righteousness, and this is part of our predisposition to this kind of neural polarization. What can we do to address that? The Carter Center, we are not in charge of the algorithm. And I think it's important to point a finger of that the way we receive information can be done in different ways. And in other parts of the world, there are more stringent management processes on some of the algorithms, and we're seeing challenges to TikTok in the courts about whether they are deliberately trying to addict children. That is a whole basket of conversation, and the US perhaps is particularly challenged by that due to the strength of the First Amendment and the interpretation of that. But as civil society actors, what we have tried to do is to reintroduce the positive of the personal. Our greatest assets as individuals are our relationships, the people we know in our family, the people we know in our communities, the people who we can talk to and have conversations with. That group has been increasingly sort of shrunk and self-selected into groups of common identities. And we do need to find ways to push out of that, to engage and re-engage with people who we believe disagree with us, and to use the interpersonal skills and tools to demonstrate that we are human, that we do all have children, that we do all have grandchildren. We are all concerned that we are feeling more angry. The commonality of this anger is extremely powerful. You can have a conversation with anybody and say, yeah, I'm more stressed now than I was 10 years ago. Why is that? And they may have political or ideological reasons, but as you're feeling the same with them, you're rehumanizing them. That then gives people the ability to have other frames of reference. It gives people ability to reflect on why they're angry. And I think one of the most important individual level things we can do is sort of pull ourselves away from any tendency to social media addiction. And that's something that I sort of wrestle with. But it is clearly and objectively healthy not to be exposing yourselves to these micro triggers and micro, sort of the traumagenic environment that is caused by these micro triggers. We can use our relationships and our networks to develop this broad common sense of shared values, aside from the individual, the politics of polarization, of making everything a political act. We can develop a center that is based on these shared common values. And this is where what I shared with you in terms of those slides is the manifestation of that approach in the faith arena, to look at common faith values, that we should love our neighbors as ourselves, that we are all God's children, and that it's the peacemakers who are blessed, parenthesis, and not the dividers. And those common elements allow people of different views to come together and essentially express, yes, we agree with this. We are concerned about the level of division and polarization in our society, and how can we engage and what actions can we take to push back against this. And the hope is that you can create some form of a movement, and I'm hesitant to use that word because that sounds like it's sort of directed and instrumental. But what I found is that in many different areas of our country, there are groups who have taken this challenge on, independently, and are working extremely hard on this effort to depolarize. So groups within the evangelical community are trying to figure out ways to have conversations with people who are further in the, what some would describe as a Christian nationalist camp. The same is even happening on the left as well. There's secular, there's religious. There's every community is embracing this kind of approach. I wanted to make sure that I leave time for questions, but let me just quickly share the demonstration of what it is we're doing by sharing our, now how am I doing here? Shared screen. Are you seeing my screen? See my screen there, Scott?
Yes. Yep.
Wonderful. So in 6 states, the Carter Center has helped establish multi or cross-party networks. So we have leaders who are red, leaders who are blue, who have come together to try to build out from their networks and build those networks down. And this is the sort of the front page of the Georgia Democracy Resilience Network, which is, we have the shared, common goal of free, fair, and secure elections. The goal is to, or the approach is to, we say, lead by example, promote accurate information, and take action. The practical manifestation of this is we have media ambassadors who are receiving messages that we put out that are based on the science of putting out accurate information that links to personal, locale information that is reliable and positive. We have an early warning sort of structure that we've set up so that people can, and this is red and blue, sort of feed into our main structure to let us know where there are problems, where there needs to be additional communication, where there may need to be personal communication. We have a lot of op-ed writing and letter writing. Some of our faith leaders published something in the Atlanta Journal just yesterday. We have a big service of prayer coming up tonight at the Carter Center. There are many resources that people can engage with, such as Braver Angels, as Gary was describing. And I just want to leave this up both as a not so much as recruitment, but we would love to have influencers from your network engaged, but as an example of the kinds of sort of civil society driven conflict resolution activities that can exist. We have principles for trusted elections. That is, it's motherhood and apple pie, and we're putting these in front of political leaders to say to them that this is the demand of the population. We need you to live by these values. We have a similar effort in the faith community based around this new op-ed, giving people vehicles where they feel comfortable to come together, whereas otherwise they'd feel sort of more isolated working in their own communities. We have a rapid response workshop coming up. We have opportunities for election observers. We're still recruiting for people to observe on election day in Fulton County, and the risk limiting audit. There's a clergy peace team that is being put together by one of our partners that will send clergy to places where there may be potential for violence. And we have a sort of a regular communication structure as well. Something like this is operating in 6 states, in Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, North Carolina, and Arizona. And regardless of the election result, we know that these kinds of points of engagement will be necessary going forward. Whatever happens in November, we will remain polarized. There will be people making money out of our continued polarization. And we need to find ways as a society to, as Gary was saying, make compromise respectable, to make the process of politics respectable, because politics is about compromise. And you'll find things that each one of us as individuals at whatever level we operate can do. So I'm sorry to have taken so much time there.
No, thank you, Tom. And I appreciate you bringing up this page, especially about the event tonight. That's very pseudo coincidental, being a conflict resolution day, to have an event like that tonight. Maybe you could scroll back to that page so we could see what the particular information is about that. While I go back to Gary for a quick question as we move towards wrap up here. And I have to say, Gary, there you go. Thank you, Tom. That put up there the event at the Carter Center tonight. That's great. I think that's beautiful. That's disagreeing in good faith is probably a good theme for us today in terms of the conflict resolution day. Gary, I couldn't help but write down this quote that you said. I don't know if it's from you or from someone else, that you said, peace is a process, not an event. Could you elaborate on where that comes from? Because it's sort of a beautiful statement relative to who we are and what we're doing today. Oh, you're on mute. Mute.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, you've just said there, Scott the Tom, to put up the event. And this will take place, obviously, for a 90-minute block tonight, but there's the process will keep that ongoing in a sense. I think people work on the assumption that once a deal is signed, that's it. It's kind of done and dusted. But that's why we call it a peace process, because, I mean, it's ongoing. I mean, most academics would say to have a real successful peace process, Scott, it's really a 50-year process to really get it bedded down. And I mean, a significant number of those fail for 101 different reasons, but the process of the ongoing. So, I mean, our outstanding business here in the Irish peace process is dealing with the past. We still have not got the architecture in 26 years after the Good Friday Agreement to deal with legacy, because it's just such a hot potato. So there's ongoing processes and conversations to try to deal with that.
And I know this isn't an unfair thing to ask you, Gary and Tom, but I think you raised it a bit, Gary, with the few minutes we have left. So I couldn't help but ask this question with regard to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What is happening? Is there something happening relative to the role of the Carter Center or your groups to work towards some sort of peace structure?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, funny, we're just sitting working this morning, actually, Scott. I mean, I have a delegation of 45 Israelis and Palestinians with me from, let me get this date, 24th, 25th of October. And they will go home, and have another delegation from Jerusalem. 2 or 3 weeks later, Jordanians, Palestinians, and Israelis will be with me in Belfast. And it's not saying, look, the Good Friday Agreement is the blueprint for the Middle East. I think it's primarily saying these are some of the things we got right, and these are some of the things we got wrong. And it's also not taking sides. There's an American organization that works there in the Middle East, and their motto is pro-Israel, pro-Palestine, pro-peace. And it's how, I mean, look, we were having this conversation in the early 1990s. The 3 big conflicts were Northern Ireland, South Africa, and the Middle East. Most people were working the assumption that The Israelis and Palestinians were over the line with the Oslo Accords. South Africa apartheid was ending, and it seemed to be the Irish conflict was intractable. Here we're sitting, us guys, 30 years later. We have a reasonably successful peace process. Apartheid has ended in South Africa. Economically, that's another conversation. And the Israelis and Palestinians are still not over the line. One of the reasons, Scott and colleagues, people would say the Oslo Accords failed, and this is very interesting. It was a very elitist process. In other words, people on the ground were not bought into this process. And it was almost bounced on Israeli and Palestinian society. I think one of the strengths of the Good Friday Agreement was that ordinary people on the ground's fingerprints were on that. So as I mentioned earlier, what I call a multidisciplinary approach to building peace. So you need lawyers in the room, no question about that, because you need a legal framework to put any agreement together. You need faith leaders, women's groups, academics in the room. And I think that's why the Good Friday Agreement was successful, because people felt, this is part of who I am. I still, maybe being the eternal optimist, believe there is a way through the Israeli-Palestinian theater. And I think it's going to take leadership on all sides. And that's not just one person leading it. It's definitely going to have to be an international community involved in that as well. And I suppose the other thing it brings as well, just for folk with a legal framework, what is the role of third parties in relation to building peace? Because as I said, after 7th October, speaking to colleagues in DC, I said, if we needed Americans, Canadians, Scandinavians, Australians to come into the Irish peace process to move us in the right direction, the Middle East is going to be exactly the same. There's no way it can be left to those competing parties. They need outside help.
I think it's just wonderful to hear that you're involved in something that's keeping a conversation happening. So whether that's the model from what happened in Ireland or not, I mean, that's great to hear. So thank you for your international work with something like that. And I guess I'll turn back to Tom to close us. We're talking with Gary about the international peace efforts, and you're talking about the domestic peace efforts. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit with respect to issues outside of politics, other issues that the Carter Center is working with outside of the international issues on peacekeeping that you can share with us for a quick moment.
Yes, thank you for that invitation, Scott. I think many of you may have heard of Mrs. Carter's efforts on mental health to campaign against stigma and to engage for parity. This has been a life's work of hers that she carried into the Carter Center. And is one of the sort of successes of recent years in opening up legislation and indeed consensus. I think so from my perspective on conflict, the mental health argument or the mental health position in Georgia is very, very interesting, because there's a clear bipartisan consensus. The former speaker led the way to legislation reform in Georgia, and now in the wake of the most recent school shooting, you're hearing a number of people talk about mental health as a sort of a first position in how do we address the challenges of gun violence. But it's a first position, and that allows for conversation to come in behind based on consensus, because everybody agrees there should be greater resources put to mental health. Again, another rabbit hole, but it's an important one for us to think about at the moment. The center works in access to information for women. The largest part of the center is dedicated to disease eradication and control, with the lead international agency working on the eradication of guinea worm disease. We're down to about, I think, 12 cases globally at the moment from when we started in the 80s. And we have human rights programming, we have rule of law programming, we have the democracy and election work. Much of it is now, also engaged in the U.S. So I think the answer, Scott, is thus and much more.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And as we wrap up with the short time we have, because I could listen to the two of you go on for a much longer time on such an important issue of addressing conflict with the basis of your experience and success that we should all learn from. It's just a reminder for us as well. And thank you to the Carter Center that a resource like that is here in Atlanta, and that you guys have taken your time to share that expertise and perspective with us. So we really appreciate that. Thank you both on behalf of the State Bar of Georgia for participating, really educationally informative today. So we really appreciate that. And as our time concludes, I'll turn it back to Sean. Thank you both again for attending. And I'm sure that you're both available if people want to reach out with questions, that they can connect with you through the Carter Center. So thank you again. And Sean, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Gary. That was very insightful. I particularly like that quote: "To disagree well, you have to understand well." So thank you for sharing your experiences, both of you. What a way to get started. Way to start our program. So now we're going to shift to talk about, and so if I can have Ray Chadwick, there's Ray. Good to see you, Ray. And so Ray, for the next hour, is going to be talking about what mediators can do to help settle cases, look at some ethics-related issues, and he'll leave us with some techniques as well. But before, Ray, I turn over to you, let me tell everyone else who doesn't know you, which I imagine is, I think most people probably know you by now. But Ray Chadwick from Augusta, he provides ADR services, all aspects, mediation, arbitration, as well as special master services to the courts and clients in Georgia and our adjacent states. His experience includes representing both plaintiffs and defendants in mediations since 1989, as well as serving as a full-time mediator and arbitrator since 2010. Ray is a registered neutral with GODR for both mediations and arbitrations. He's a member of the National Academy of Distinguished Neutrals and Georgia Academy of Mediators. And he's also the past chair and member of the executive committee of the ADR section, of course, for the State Bar. And he's also a past member of the Supreme Court of Georgia's Committee on Dispute Resolution. So Ray brings a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge to us today. So Ray, I'll turn it over to you to shed your experience and your knowledge over the next hour.
Okay, thank you, Sean. And two technical things that to bring to everybody's attention. One, I've seen that there's some internet instability thing every now and again popping up on my screen. If that is because of my end, many of you know that Augusta was hit pretty badly by Hurricane Helene, not nearly as badly as Western North Carolina, but power lines, cable lines are down all over, and some people in Augusta still do not have internet service. So hopefully nothing will come about that will cause a problem on that. And also because of some screen sharing issues on my end, Sean will be helping me with the PowerPoints as we move through them. And Sean, do you mind just bringing up the first PowerPoint? The topic have been assigned is what mediators can do to settle cases, ethics and techniques. And that really has come about because it was thought that having some discussion of mediation in the litigation context in Georgia could be useful, plus adding that magic word ethics there, which everybody in Georgia, for those of us who are in Georgia, who are still practitioners as well as mediators, we always have to get that ethics hour every year. And so hopefully this will help do that. I know that the ethics credit is being awarded. The things I will be talking about relate to both of those things. And I'm going to discuss some at the beginning, ethical aspects of what mediators can and should do. As we look into this, we'll discuss the fact that mediators do have latitude in terms of what they can and should do, although there are questions and disagreements on what mediators can and should do, and we'll be talking about those as we move along. And hopefully there'll be some time for comments. I know from serving on the Georgia Supreme Court of Georgia Commission on Dispute Resolution, there were some strongly held views on both sides of what we're going to talk about. My experience, as Sean indicated, comes really from civil litigation, 30 years representing folks in lawsuits and in mediations later in the career, once mediations became common, and then serving as a mediator for a number of years now. Sean, if you don't mind, if you'll hit the next slide. Or from the ethical side, these are just a couple, or well, actually 4 of the mediation ethical standards that really relate to what I'm talking about. Of course, there are others that affect mediators as well. But self-determination, voluntariness, safeguarding the integrity of the process, not providing legal or financial advice. Everybody who mediates in Georgia, and I'm sure in other jurisdictions, is well familiar. Those are standard concepts, very common everywhere. But they do relate to what I commented on a moment ago, the what can do issue. And again, we'll be talking about those things and some controversy arising out of some of those concepts as we move along. Sean, if you'll go to the next one. And this self-determination rule raises some of those questions. One of them, should a mediator facilitate only? Should a mediator evaluate if a party is represented and it is requested? What about the unrepresented party? Well, the unrepresented party is the easy one. Never should there be any evaluation by a mediator. And when you're dealing with a mediation with an unrepresented party, because that can't help but slip in be giving legal advice. So that's something that always has to be avoided. Now, the other 2 aspects of it we'll be discussing a bit later in more detail. But the parties obviously are in control. They decide what they want to do at the end of the mediation. Mediator is the assessor, not a decision maker. And what you will see with regard to what I've talked about, this dispute over evaluate versus facilitate only, if you just Google those topics, you'll see there's a lot out there that support or argue in favor of each side. If you'll go to the next slide. Safeguarding the integrity of the process. What happens if you're a mediator and you become aware that misrepresentations are being made during the mediation? What about the power imbalance possibility, unfair, unconscionable agreements, lack of mental capacity? Fortunately, in my career, and I think maybe I'm lucky because I only do civil case mediations, I don't do domestic mediations, and I think the risk in domestic mediations is much greater for the power imbalance, perhaps unfair, unconscionable agreement where a spouse might be being pressured to agree to something that a mediator does not think is appropriate, the lack of mental capacity can come up perhaps in other contexts. Now, I've been fortunate that I've never had any of those arise because of what I do and the kind of cases I handle, where attorneys are always involved, and they're just about always very experienced attorneys. The question of misrepresentations, I don't know if any have ever occurred. I've never learned of any. I don't know about other folks here who served in as mediators as they've learned of that kind of issue. But I think if I were confronted with a misrepresentation, I would ask a party to correct that. If they would not correct it, then I think I would terminate and withdraw. And certainly if I was confronted with the other three, I would do the same thing. If you'll move to the next slide, Sean. Not providing legal or financial advice. I've already commented on that with regard to the unrepresented party. But where the party's represented, obviously that's the attorney's job, but is asking about and discussing legal issues, possible results of trial, concerns that a particular side might have, weaknesses that a particular side might have. That again can lead into, depending upon how it's done, into this evaluate versus facilitate controversy. And I'm sure there are mediators here who are attending this who have probably strong views on both of those things. And I'm sure there are opponents here that will facilitate only. And I'm also sure that there are proponents of being able to evaluate when asked. But perhaps we can talk about that a bit later. I'd like to allow a little bit of time, hopefully, for us to be able to get into that issue and see what views those who are attending might have on it. If you'll go to the next slide, Sean. Mediator techniques. I have always felt that these techniques can be broken down into these various categories. I suspect just about every mediator here feels the same way in terms of thinking about mediation and what kind of techniques you might use: pre-mediation, joint session, private caucuses, where there's an apparent impasse, where there's an actual impasse, and then post-mediation issues. And during all of these, and I'll discuss each one of them individually, mediators, whether you facilitate or only, or also evaluate, no matter whatever you have, you mediators have power. We mediators, particularly for, not so much for attorneys who are experienced, but for their clients who are not experienced in mediations, we're typically, even though we don't wear a black robe, it's very common for us to be viewed as authority figures. And we have to be careful about how we use that power relating to that view some clients might have for attorneys, and not infringe on the attorney's counseling of a client. But we do use our skills that we've learned both in mediation training and then more and more through our experiences to help parties assess, help them evaluate, help them reevaluate their positions. And again, we are the assister in having negotiations occur that just would not occur had there not been a mediation. And pre-mediation is up there. And pre-mediation involves, in my experiences, the question of confidential submissions, the telephone calls as pre-joint session caucuses. And some, I think, have differing views on this. But it is not uncommon, I think, for many mediators to want and receive, in if they don't ask for them, confidential pre-mediation submissions. And the value of those is twofold. One, it can be of value to the side presenting them because it forces them, before coming into the mediation, to think about their case and their dispute. And it also then, if it's a complex case, either on legal issues or damages issues, it can really help a mediator understand the case, and particularly if there are code sections involved or a particular case involved, it can help a mediator go read those and understand some of the issues that will be dealt with and discussed. And also another advantage of confidential submissions is candor by the attorneys. Frequently, attorneys will talk about and be open on, these are my weaknesses. This is what I'm concerned about. These are the potential barriers to settlement. And again, many mediators like to receive that because it helps them to know what to expect, and they feel it helps them prepare better to help the parties ultimately, through their self-determination, reach a decision that they think makes sense. Telephone calls, I've had mediators comment that they view telephone calls as a pre-joint session private caucus and don't feel that there's anything improper about that. But when that's done, they want each side, or all the sides, if it's multi-party, to be aware that those are invited and that the mediator would like to have those. And again, that typically would be in a complex case. If it's your garden variety automobile accident case, that's really not even thought to be necessary if there are small damages and no particular complex issues involved. Sean, if you'll give it to the next slide. The joint session. The opening remarks by the mediator are particularly important. And as a side note on that, I'm finding that in cases now with experienced attorneys in mediation, the trend is now for them not to say much in terms of any opening remarks. Sometimes plaintiffs' lawyers in personal injury cases feel that they have to say something really because their client wants them to, and they feel their client needs to hear them advocate for them. But in other situations, the attorneys will often say, look, we understand the case. We all know the facts. We don't feel the need to talk to each other about the facts, the law, the damages in this. And that seems to be becoming more and more common. So it's not unusual for the mediator to do most of the talking in some mediations. And of course, there the tone that a mediator wants to establish is one where the need to work together is emphasized. Comment on that this isn't like a trial. In mediations, even though you disagree, you're there to work together. Unlike a trial, if you go to trial, each side works against each other. They don't work together. So mediator wants to emphasize that that's an important benefit to mediation. Also, the mediator wants to build rapport and build trust because both those things are very important as a mediation proceeds, and a mediator does work with the parties as the negotiations occur. And be a good listener for when there are remarks made, and occasionally attorneys will ask their clients to make remarks. That's when it's particularly important for a mediator to be a good listener and to show the party making the remarks that they are listening and hearing what they have to say. And a mediator will discuss the advantages of mediation. I want to emphasize that, one of which goes back to self-determination, that you are in control of your own destiny. Here you're the decision maker. This is a case that will go to trial. If it's not resolved, then you're going to let 12 strangers in a jury box decide what they think is the best for your case to end. And you won't have any control over that. Juries, for experienced lawyers and judges who lawyers who've tried cases, they will see frequently they won cases they weren't so sure they'd win, and they lost cases they were confident that they would win. And so they really do realize the uncertainties that are out there and exist, and the risk that exists. If you'll go to the next slide, Sean. And I'll let everybody read each of those for a moment. These are some important observations that mediators need to help parties deal with. And if you'll go to the next slide, Sean. In some ways, mediators become amateur psychologists, maybe even a psychiatrist every now and again. But there are, as we become more experienced as mediators, we become more and more familiar with the psychological barriers that need to be overcome by both clients and and attorneys. There's advocacy bias, there's assimilation bias, there's what's called cognitive dissonance, there's selective perception, there are others, but advocacy bias, believing you are being objective when you are not. I was certainly guilty of that when I represented parties in lawsuits. Assimilation bias, only hearing what you want to hear. Guilty on that as well when I represented clients. Cognitive dissonance, not wanting to consider information that contradicts one's viewpoint. Again, that's common for advocates when they represent someone in a lawsuit. And selective perception, overestimating the merits of your position and underestimating the merits of another's. And all these things blend together to what have been termed overconfidence bias, optimism bias. And in just about every civil lawsuit, these will come into play and have to be dealt with in a mediation. If you'll go to the next slide, Sean. In the private caucuses, initial techniques, the first caucus, the mediators tend to ask very general and open-ended questions. And again, they listen, and it's important for a mediator to listen and show that he or she is listening to the attorney and the client. Sometimes the clients do more talking in a private session than an attorney. And an attorney lets them do that because they know that's important to the client to have someone other than themselves, the attorney, hear what they think about the dispute that they're in. And then there are the follow-up techniques for subsequent caucuses that I'll mention. With regard to these first caucus questions, though, some of the things that sample questions could be, is there anything you want to discuss privately that you didn't want to talk about in a joint session? Tell me what you believe is most important for me to talk to those other folks about. In the opening remarks, the other attorney said X. Give me your take on that. And then ask, what are the possible barriers to settlement today and why are they? Frequently, it's not uncommon in civil litigation to hear that it said the most important barrier is money. Sometimes there are other things that become equally important, but obviously in civil litigation, most cases do deal with money in one fashion or another. With regard to follow-up techniques for subsequent caucuses, again, keep listening. You have to show as a mediator that you are listening and hearing people and what they talk about. You engage in more reality testing that deals with the strengths, the weaknesses, the concerns, greatest risks, why would the other side they believe they can win. And you might move into questions like, again, in civil litigation, what's your venue like? What kind of jury you like to get? Is it a conservative venue or a more liberal venue? Here in the Augusta area, there are two counties that are diametrically opposed in terms of the type juries you're likely to get. In Augusta and Richmond County, It has the reputation, which is well deserved, of being a plaintiff's friendly county. In an adjoining county, the Columbia County, it has a well-deserved reputation of being a conservative county. And what is taken into consideration by adjusters, by attorneys in evaluating cases is exactly that. For example, what they will think about is in Richmond County, no Republican can get elected. In Columbia County, no Democrat can get elected. And so I've had adjusters tell me, all things being equal except the county line, they will pay more money for a case in Richmond County than they would in Columbia County, with everything being equal except the county line. The other kinds of reality testing, kind of general reality testing, is they believe they will be able to do something, whatever it is, and ask them, why do you believe they're wrong? Why would they believe that you won't be able to do what they're telling me they think you won't do? And again, you're not challenging them on that. You're asking them to explain. And then get them to talk about what they think the other side's strengths are, and why would they? What would the other side think are your weaknesses, and why would they? And then you can even be more direct. And this is where you start to get closer to evaluation. You'll really think a jury will buy that part of your case. You really think the judge will grant your motion? Is it possible this could be your best day net, really, on either side, for what they either have to pay or what they'll get? What concerns you most about your case? What is your greatest risk? Those are the kind of things that can often come up as reality testing questions. Again, some more direct than others. If you'll go to the next slide. Here's where we start getting into some interesting discussions. And I've been involved in them, and I'm sure some of you folks who are participating in this have been involved in some of those as well. And that deals with whether you should facilitate only or should you evaluate if you are asked. And the traditional view and the initial view when mediation first began, as I understand it, although I really wasn't involved as a mediator at that point, is that you should only facilitate and you should never evaluate, because that interferes with self-determination. The other view is that being evaluative helps self-determination, because if somebody asks for what your thoughts are, that gives them, perhaps they think that will give them more insight and something to think about as they come to a conclusion of what they think is in their client's best interest. And so there is that 180-degree opposite view on whether to evaluate or not. Some mediators obviously use both, and some mediators who even are willing to evaluate don't always do that because they're not asked to. And I think a mediator should be careful not to evaluate if they're not asked to. It might be that you would cause the side for which you were making that evaluation to think you're taking the other side. And of course, if that happens, the effectiveness of a mediator is destroyed. One of the interesting things is, though, what do lawyers, as I say there in that point, what have lawyers said about this, and what do they want? What consumers of mediation services want? And what I'm reaching for here, and some of you may be familiar with it, some may not. I was not till I became a mediator, and he was provided this by another mediator when I went to ask him about mediating and what it was all about and what it was like to be a mediator. What I'm holding here is an ABA section of Dispute Resolution Task Force on Improving the Quality of Mediation, final report, April 2006, March 2007. So it has some age on it, but if you look at it when you move through all of this, many experienced lawyers said they want mediator to evaluate if asked. They don't like it if a mediator will not evaluate and ask, and they have found it in many of their cases. And the way the task force went about gathering that information was it did use focus groups, it did use questionnaires and in various cities across the United States. And they did interviews of both adjusters, risk managers, lawyers. And a substantial majority said they wanted mediators to use analytical techniques, to give case analysis when asked, to talk about their views on strengths and weaknesses if asked, and even upon occasion to make a prediction of what might occur if they are familiar with a particular venue. And on all of those things, a substantial majority of the attorneys and risk managers, adjusters who were surveyed on this wanted all those things. So, and of course, that flies in the face of the traditional view of only facilitating. So there are times when the consumers of our services want some things that perhaps some mediators do not want to do. And I suspect I suspect there are a number of you out there who are participating in this today that feel that way about it. But if we go to the next slide, Sean. Thank you. But is there indirect evaluation, either intentional or unintentional? I think indirect evaluation could simply be by tone of voice. Why would you believe that? You say it that way as opposed to, well, why would you believe that? That tone of voice sends a signal. Body language can send a signal. Somebody's making a point to you and you're the mediator sitting like I am now, and they begin to make a point and you go like this. Well, that sends a signal that I think is pretty clear that you're not really buying what they're saying. And again, in the questions asked and the nature of the questions asked, talked about some of that relating to the reality testing questions and how they might be framed, whether how direct and how gentle versus very direct they might be. But I also think there's unintentional evaluation that can occur just because we're human beings. And even though we don't intend to evaluate, perhaps our tone of voice can come into play. And again, our body language comes without us thinking about it or realizing it. If you'll go to the next slide, Sean. In my experience, I've come to believe that there are 5 stages of negotiation. And again, this relates to civil lawsuits, but I'm sure some of it also relates to domestic cases and some of the same things that the prior 2 folks talked about in very serious political diplomatic disputes. But the first stage I find is when each side makes knowingly unrealistic demands and offers. Very, very common. Happens almost 100% of the cases. And that can continue for a while, or you may be able to have them move beyond that more quickly. But sometimes these knowingly unrealistic positions can last for a while and even begin to frustrate the mediator. But at some point, they begin to send signals and they begin to test each other. And what is involved here is trying to see whether there might be some opportunity to get the case resolved. Then, and that can again last either a short period of time or a more lengthy period of time. Then stage 3, clear signals are being sent, realism begins to set in, and you can, particularly as a mediator, more often than not, we'll see this in a plaintiff's personal injury case, and you'll see it in the faces of both the plaintiff and the plaintiff's attorney, who is beginning to think about what he or she can achieve for a client. Then we get to stage 4. Everybody comes into a mediation, each side with their wantings, and it is not very often that the wantings are met. What happens is that they have to move from the wantings to the willings. And you get then to stage 5 where they finally are either agree to the willings or have an impasse. And of course, we mediators work hard to try to keep that impasse from occurring. If you'll go to the next slide, the mediator's role at each of these stages: gather information, gather more information, do reality testing, continue reality testing about concerns, weaknesses, helping them finally get real on what is possible and what willing they will have to agree to if the case is going to be resolved, what the willing is that necessary on their. If you'll go to the next slide, some of the techniques other than reality testing that we mediators use is express optimism when you can. There are times where I will tell folks, I always come into a mediation optimistic, cautiously optimistic. And sometimes, though, I find myself moving to cautious pessimism. And then sometimes I'll tell them right now, based upon what's occurring, I'm agnostic. But I think you should keep talking, that second point, because I don't think you should give up. I think there's still work to be done and success is still possible. One of the things you can do is ask about cases they've been involved in the past, or and cases that they're familiar with and what the results were. Again, thinking perhaps about the jurisdiction, the venue, the judge, type jury, those type things that will always have an impact on a case one way or the other. Help with an unrealistic client if asked. There are some times where attorneys get frustrated with their clients, and they will say, and this was when you start to move into some degree of evaluation, and they might say, Ray, what do you think about the greatest risks in this case are? And if I'm ever asked anything like that, and if I'm willing to give an evaluation, I will say, look, you know much more about the case than I do. But if, based upon what I've heard so far, if I had your side of the case, this would be a concern I might have. And again, that's perhaps a bit indirect, but it also is an evaluation in one way. And again, sure that there's some folks out there who would not feel comfortable doing that. The help save face, and that can particularly be important when there is an attorney that has come in who's not really prepared as he or she should be. And I know there's going to be a session a bit later on at how important preparation is, but it's important to both the attorney, and it's important for the attorney to prepare the client. And if the client has not been properly prepared, the way to help the attorney save face perhaps is to say, you know, some new information has come out here in the mediation today. Do you think that this new information that you've just talked to me about, that you've learned, does that warrant you rethinking your position? So you try to do things to not make the attorney look bad in front of the client, but to try to help save face to the point of helping them actually achieve a result that is in the best interest of it. In money cases, using brackets, some attorneys like that, some don't. Some mediators like to use brackets, meaning, of course, that if they will pay X, I will come to Y. Or if they will come to Y, I will pay X. And the brackets are always pretty meaningless at first because, again, they're unrealistic, but they begin to set up parameters for the negotiation. And more often than not, the lawyers will start, in money cases, start looking at the midpoints of the brackets. And in my experience, when that happens, the real negotiations begin to occur between those two midpoints. One of the things I wonder about with regard to some of the techniques I've just talked about that are the in-person type techniques is how have virtual mediations changed what mediators do when confronted with some of the things that involve these techniques and some of the problems that arise. And what I'd like to do, again, I'm going to try to save a few minutes, invite any comments that some folks might have based upon their experiences in virtual mediations and some techniques that they think either don't work in virtual mediation or that they have added and believe have really proven fruitful. You'll go to the next slide, Sean. This happens frequently, more frequently than a mediator would like, the apparent impasse. And what do you do then? Well, one of the things is a lawyers only meeting. It's the classic, what if they would accept, what if they would pay? I think all mediators have had that occur. A conditional offer, if they will pay me Y, we'll take it. If they, on the defense side, if they will accept X, we'll pay it. The last best offer, last best demand, but are they really? Frequently they're not. And then here's another area of controversy, and that's the mediator's proposal. Could a mediator say something to the effect, I'm not saying who's right or who's wrong. I'm not saying what will or will not occur at a trial if it has to occur, but based upon what I'm hearing, I think this is a money number, and again, this is in money cases, that you might want to consider. Now, I would not make those as a mediator unless I was asked to do so. But I think some mediators will do that even without volunteering it. It would be a very unusual situation for me to want to do that. And mediators' proposals aren't made all that often, but sometimes they can prove helpful. It gets back to the saving face point. It can help overcome what has been expressed as a pretty hard, firm position. Another thing that a mediator could do is ask, do you really want it to end? Most of the time they really don't. And then the lawyers only meeting, where I found this useful in person mediations, get the lawyers together, make them look themselves in the eye and quit posturing in front of the mediator, but make them start talking to each other. And frequently that's valuable. The this is one aspect of virtual mediations where I do something. And when I have Zoom mediations, I always set up extra rooms, and those extra rooms are made available in case I suggest to the lawyers, let me move you out of the room you're in with your clients, and let's you, the two of you and me, get together and let's talk about some things. And I have found that to be helpful. Again, with the last best offer, last demand, as I said, but are they really? One of the things the mediator might do is say, look, even though this is what you told me, you are so close that I believe it's worth you continuing to talk. Are you willing to do that? Lastly, I'll comment on one of the areas of frustration that at the apparent impasse stage is it's what I call the 3 o'clock syndrome. And most of you have likely experienced that. It can be at a different time of day, but frequently for a lengthy mediation and a difficult one, about 3 o'clock, people want to throw up their hands, want to give up. They say it's never going to be settled. There's no chance. But by 5 o'clock, it is resolved. So mediators have to be patient. Even though we get frustrated, we have to try not to show that. And even though we get impatient, we have to try not to show that. And if we can work our way through that, many apparent impasses can result in a case being settled. If you'll now go to the next slide, Sean. But what happens? We have an actual impasse. What I frequently will ask the attorneys, and again, just I really have not been involved in but just a handful of pro se. All of the mediations I've been involved civil litigation where the parties are represented. But I will ask, would you like to adjourn, not terminate? So based upon all the information that's been received today, legal, factual, as well as what you're hearing about what the other party might be willing to do or not willing to do, would you like to adjourn so that you can think about things and come back and discuss the case more in a follow-up mediation? Oftentimes, I find that coming back with a follow-up mediation is not necessary. They will adjourn and they get the case settled at that point afterwards without the need for me to become involved anymore. Occasionally, I will get involved, but the mediations, and I'm sure we've all seen this, really set up, even if they don't result in a settlement the day of the mediation, they set up for a framework, the framework for an agreement to ultimately be reached. And in my experience in mediating cases involving civil litigation, very few of the cases that do not settle the day of ever wind up. Now, there are some, but really not that many. And when they do go to trial, it's because of money. Either not enough been offered, not enough has been suggested as will be taken. But one of the things that a mediator likes to talk about, I think, is with regard to there being an actual impasse. You know, if you folks can't get this case resolved, one of you is going to come away unhappy. So you need to just think about that before you do have your client go through the risk of trial. The follow up with parties, it's common for many mediators to call the parties engaged in what, in essence, are post-mediation private caucuses to see if they can assist with discussions, further discussions that will occur, that can occur. And again, that can be, I think, very useful. And I think attorneys appreciate that because really, unless a mediation is court ordered, every voluntary mediation in particular, the parties really want to settle the case. And so we mediators have to do is when they run into these type problems is help them get to the point where, because of that interest in settling the case, we can help them get that accomplished and overcome the various barriers, whether they be psychological, client problems, or other problems, to get the case resolved. If you come to the last slide there, John. For those of you who, who don't know, and some of you won't because either age or lack of interest in baseball, Yogi Berra was widely regarded, and that's who's pictured there as an older guy, was widely regarded as the greatest catcher in baseball history with the New York Yankees and then a brief stint with the New York Mets. But 10 World Series winners, World Series rings, I think 4 or 5 most valuable player awards. But he was famous or infamous for some of his things that he said that were frequently fractured, that didn't seem to make any sense, a baffling use of words. If you don't know anything about him as a baseball player, you may remember him from the Aflac commercials of a few years ago, where he would be involved in the Aflac commercial with the duck, and the duck, he would be saying things and the duck would act totally puzzled. And they were pretty good commercials. But I thought here's one that might apply to mediators. Now that's his quote, he hits from both sides of the plate. He is amphibious. And why I thought that might be something that might lead to a final comment is that I think we mediators will find ourselves swimming from room to room. And sometimes, as I put it there, we often feel like we're swimming upstream both ways. But our goals are always the same, is to get them to dry land, get them out of the water, and get them to realize what success is. And success in a mediation, unlike a trial, is not winning. Success is achieving what is in the best interest of your client. And those are the things that we mediators try to help attorneys and clients come to realize as we work through all these things that I've talked about with the various techniques. And again, we want to get them to dry land, so where what can be achieved does make sense for both sides. Sean, with that, that's it for my presentation. We have some time for, I think, questions and discussions. If somebody would like to say some things, and frankly, I'd like to step back and just hear people talk about things relating to perhaps the facilitative, evaluative discussion, and anything they might want to say about techniques involved in virtual mediations. So I'll be quiet for a minute and invite any comments people would like to make on that.
So Ray, while people are thinking about what questions they might have, I do have a question. And so in the facilitative approach, how can a mediator maintain his or her neutrality while helping parties sort of negotiate or help them negotiate effectively? Because oftentimes, you talk about an apparent impasse or to avoid getting to an impasse. How can a mediator be a bit more, how can a mediator intervene a bit more while still being facilitative and while still maintaining neutrality?
That is difficult. And that is where even a facilitative mediator might get into the indirect evaluation, trying to be helpful, and might violate that what they regard as their own self-rule being facilitative or not. I think in those difficult situations, frankly, from what I've seen, and again, I'm putting everything that I'm commenting on in the context of dealing with experienced attorneys who really want to get the case settled. I think doing some things that are evaluative are useful. Now, I know there are people that disagree with that. So if you're really at the very end in something that's very complex, again, in civil litigation, not other type matters, if you don't start to be willing to facilitate in some fashion, it might not be possible for the case to be resolved.
And then do you think it takes a certain skill set to go from facilitative to evaluative as a mediator?
Yes, yeah, and I think yes, I think one, it takes diplomacy, and one, it takes it perhaps in baby steps. Again, as I was talking about it, some of the types of reality testing that are done, reality testing questions, some of the very open-ended ones at the beginning, and then as you build rapport, this is where it's very important to build rapport and trust, both with the attorney and the clients, and then start moving to more direct questions, reality testing questions that really force them to think about things and to respond to the question, and move away from some of those psychological barriers that I talked about earlier. So that's very important. Overcoming those psychological barriers can be, particularly in a highly contested or complex case, can get in the way of things. And again, as I commented earlier, when again, 30 years of litigation experience before becoming a mediator and also representing people in mediations, I was guilty of each and every one of those that I set out. I think it's almost impossible for an advocate at the very beginning not to feel that way when you start to go to war, but when you start to make peace, that's when you have to confront those things and try to move on to more being more objective.
Good. Well, I don't know if there are any other questions that have come in. Feel free to jump in if anyone has a question, or type your question, submit it in the chat for Ray. We have just a few more minutes. So Ray, I've got another question.
Oh, I've got one.
Oh, someone come on in.
Yes, can I get a copy of those PowerPoints? That was fantastic. I don't have that.
Okay. I developed them before the materials were prepared, and the written materials before I got the written materials to Lane. So, Lane, feel free, or however it needs to be done, to make those PowerPoints available to anybody who would like them.
I was about to ask the same thing, the PowerPoint. I think it's very interesting. I'd like to have one too.
Thanks. We've got a question. Right, I'll just read it off. Can you share any tips on building rapport in a court-ordered mediation where you don't have a ton of time?
Well, now in the court-ordered mediations that I've had, they've been pretty. I've not experienced ones where the judge's orders have set a time limit on it. So I'm assuming from the question that whoever asked it, they've had judges who said mediate the case and you've got X hours to do it. I don't think it's necessary that hard to build rapport in the opening remarks. It's really going to relate to tone, and particularly to the clients. Often you'll know the attorneys involved, but with the clients, and just appear interested, be informal. I think it's very important to be informal so that they will begin to relax. They're going to, no matter what their lawyers told them about what to expect and what a mediation's like, they're going to come in wondering, well, is it going to be like a deposition? Is it going to be like going to court? And so they're going to be nervous. They're going to be anxious. And I think one of my initial goals is to help them realize that they're not going to have to say anything if they don't want to. that they can relax. And as we go along together, I tell them, I think you'll find that because of the informality, you'll find it more relaxing, and it won't be an experience that the kind of experience that you feared, at least the process. Now, whether they get what they want out of it is a matter. But I think the mediator, through initial techniques, in just a few minutes can begin to build it.
All right. So it seems we're at a quarter till. If you do have questions for Ray, or even for Gary and Tom from the morning session,
See,
or
one
Easter-
more raised hand. I don't know whether you want to allow that final question or wait.
Yes, there you go. Okay, go ahead. Mary, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for the information you shared so far. My question is, in Georgia, the legal community is pretty small. And so for most seasoned mediators, they've had interactions with potentially both sides of the parties from either the defense side or the plaintiff side. How does a mediator maintain his or her the neutrality and not advocating for not being civil with the parties, but how do you maintain your neutrality for the client so that it doesn't appear that that you're for one side or another? In my observation, sometimes a mediator will come into the sessions and maybe make comments like, hey, we had a great dinner, or they've done something outside of this process that might signal to the client that's being represented that that party is not as neutral as, and the neutrality could be there, but I guess speak to the importance of the perception of neutrality. You know what I mean? Even there might be actual neutrality there, but how we want to show up for our clients as a mediator, so that even though we may have some outside engagement with the mediator, that we don't come across as that.
Well, I think to the initial point is neutrality it relates to the character of the mediator. Can the mediator, even though he or she might be friends with the attorneys, or have mediated frequently, many times with the attorneys, it's a matter of personal character in that regard, I think. In terms of what happens if, obviously in Augusta, and I did in Atlanta as well, I've mediated with many of the same attorneys at the same time. I always will let the attorney, if it's an attorney I haven't mediated with before, but I have the other side, I will always tell them that I have mediated many times or a number of times with X in this field. I want you to know that and feel comfortable with that. And so I think that kind of disclosure. Now, being social friends and having a lot of social interaction, I think that's a little more problematic. And I would want to tell the other attorney about that, but I would also think the other attorney would say, well, Ray, thank you. Believe you can be neutral, but we'd rather have another mediator, and give them the opportunity to do that. You don't want to try to hide anything from them and then be challenged later. In fact, under the Georgia Uniform Mediation Act, which people are becoming more and more familiar with, you ought to take a look at those disclosure requirements that mediators have. So just one quick example, then I'm going to be through. My college roommate and one of my best friends is an attorney here in Augusta. Upon occasion, I've been asked to mediate a case in which he's involved, And I will always tell them, look, you need to know that he and I are good friends. We were roommates together. And sometimes the opposing side thinks that's a good thing because I'll have more influence on convincing him to do something that makes sense to get the case resolved. So it can vary. It depends on circumstances. I'm not sure there's any hard and fast answer on that other than neutrality is based upon mediator character.
Thanks, Ray. So we do want to leave some time for people to get out and have a bit of a break, maybe grab another cup of coffee. So we'll stop here for now. We'll come back in 10 minutes. So at 11 o'clock, we'll get started with our next topic, which is on the importance of preparation. And so feel free to take a short break. We'll be back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll get started again. Thank you. Hi, Erica. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, thanks. How are you? It's good to see you.
I'm doing well. Good to see you too. Perfect. Okay, I think we're okay. Lane, are we good to go?
You are. You might go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Erica, I'll turn it over to you, but and Ellen, but before I do, I just want to give you a bit of an introduction, and then I'll let you take it from there if that's okay.
Thank you.
So for those of you who don't know Erica, she's a partner at Nelson Mullins, and she helps business owners, officers, and directors protect their company's interests for, during, and after litigation. She has experience in resolving disputes in arbitration, mediation, and state and federal courts throughout the country as a first chair trial attorney. She serves on the large and complex case panel for the American Arbitration Association and regularly serves as a sole arbitrator or chair of three-person arbitration panels. She is also a former chair of the ADR section, and I'm grateful for you, Erica and Ellen, for walking us through this next particular topic. So, Erica, I'll turn it over to you and Ellen for this interesting interview.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very excited, and you guys should be as well, because Ellen is a true treasure in our mediation community. So I'll give you a little intro on Ellen. I know it's in your materials as well, but Ellen is one of those folks who chose to go into mediation early in her career. She's already done over 2,500 mediations. So when she starts talking about preparing for mediation, she knows what she's talking about. Her focus in mediation is a lot of the employment and the business disputes. She really has done a lot in that area, and that's how she's gotten to be part of the American College of Civil Trial Mediators and the National Academy of Distinguished Neutrals. She is a regular speaker. In fact, I think I'm probably her third or fourth interview or speech this week. So we know that she is very sought after for that. But there's a couple of things that aren't in her bio that you need to know. First, she's a salsa dancer. That's an important thing. And along with that, she is also a kickboxer. So if you don't think Ellen knows how to maneuver around the room or whatever lawyers throw at her, you are absolutely wrong. She's got those moves. So we're really excited to have Ellen with us today, and we're going to be talking primarily about preparation, not so much what happens in the room, but what gets you in the room and how you can set the stage to be successful. And really here, Ellen, I'm just going to go broad on this. Like, what goes into preparing for mediation?
I think it's three different components. There's preparing yourself as the advocate, there's preparing your client so they're ready to go, and there's preparing the mediator. And they all are very different, and yet they're intertwined.
And give us a little bit more about how they're intertwined.
So everything goes into what is really your goal? What are you trying to accomplish through the mediation? And in order to do that, you need all of those pieces to, come together. So unless you prepare yourself, you really can't prepare your client. And of course, you have to do all that to prepare the mediator. So what I find is that a lot of times because mediation is such a common part of the litigation process, and we do it so often that you kind of come in just knowing, hey, this is my case. I know what the issues are and we can walk through it. When, from my perspective, probably 70%, 80% settle that day. My view is it's as important as a trial, and you need to know way more than that and be ready with a lot more than just, showing up. It's almost as if people treat depositions even more seriously. So I really encourage the lawyers to make sure that they know their file inside and out. And I can give you a couple recent examples. One of them, one of the lawyers, we'd actually been there for round 2 of a mediation. And I think because of that, he was comfortable with the case, but really hadn't gone back and totally reviewed the case. So he was focusing on some deposition testimony of one of the key witnesses. And when the other side asked for this lawyer to point to, where is it in the transcript, give me page and line, unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that and really never found it. So it was more of a recollection than actual sworn testimony. On the flip side, I did a business dispute where the lawyer knew every single document inside and out. He would take a contract that was 30 pages and he would lock in, highlight the specific part of the contract that was the key argument for his case. So, he was just ready to roll.
That's fantastic. I mean, talking about lawyers, can you give some tips for lawyers about preparing, like right before you even get in the door? What should lawyers be looking at to help prepare themselves, prepare their mediator, and prepare the client?
So the biggest one I can think of that has unfortunately kind of reared its ugly head in a couple of my cases and in some other mediators' cases is not being ready to go at the end when you have the settlement. So as we all know, it's typically a term sheet, and people, they can be tired, it's late in the day, and it's just easy to kind of bullet point out the terms of the agreement. And then of course, the lawyers then take that and formalize it into the settlement agreement. And sometimes it takes a week and sometimes it takes a month. And so while all of that is taking place, there then may be disagreements on the language. So the way to head that off at the pass is on the front end to prepare your formal settlement agreement. And I recommend that you actually share it with opposing counsel, because there's sort of a bunch of different ways you can do it. That to me is the most effective. I've heard some criticisms to that, like, well, you might be showing your cards. There may be some negotiation chips, for example, non-disparagement or confidentiality that we want to deal with, real time. But I still think it's pretty common that we know what terms are going to go into it, and you're just leaving a blank for the money, right? Which is usually at the end of the day what it's going to come down to as far as the negotiation. The other way you could do it, which I don't think it's as effective, but I think it's better than a term sheet, is to do it at the mediation. So when it comes time to, when you settle, then you're working on the settlement agreement. I did one yesterday. We settled at like 5, but we stayed till 7:30 and knocked out the full deal, and people wanted to go to dinner and get back to their lives. But at the end of it, I think it was the best approach.
Yeah, it's I always wonder why you wouldn't consider that document your offer, right? Obviously, there's points to negotiate. Do you ever think about it like that and talking to your lawyers?
It's funny because besides hearing it from you, I just heard that from a lawyer I worked with a few weeks ago, and he said, this is my first offer. That's what it is. And I love that view.
In doing that, do you actually suggest that you ask the lawyers to prepare it in advance, like as part of these are the things I'm expecting in advance of mediation?
I used to do it. I've kind of gotten away from it, and I need to revive it. And in fact, this morning I was typing some language for my formal confirmation email suggesting that they do that. So Absolutely. I think it's a good nudge from the mediator, but maybe it helps the parties not seem like they're suggesting one thing or the other. And I've also heard people say, well, if I send that, isn't that a sign of weakness that we're looking to settle? Well, not really. That's what we're trying to do. Maybe that's more of a concern in a court-ordered mediation because you don't want to suggest, but maybe if it comes from the mediator, you kind of take the sting out of it, so to speak.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So let's talk about the lawyer preparing the client, because that's sort of a different aspect of this. And I know you see, because you're dealing with business disputes and employment disputes and other things, you probably see a wide range of lawyers and a wide range of clients from different backgrounds. What are some things you see, good and bad, about lawyers preparing their clients?
Well, some clients are more familiar with mediation. If you're dealing with, insurance in a PI case or an employment case, there's really not as much to do to prepare other than they've usually asked for your settlement evaluation of the case. And so that's something that once you do, you should, make sure y'all talk about that and know what the range is, but also making sure you have the right person present. So you have the person with authority. And as you know, sometimes there are layers of authority, but I want that person reachable. So I think it's a different conversation when it's a sophisticated client or entity. What I think is important is for the client to understand the role of the mediator and not take it as advocates for granted that they understand the process. And even though I'm going to go over, I might do this, this, and this, I think going into it, it's helpful. Even knowing that you might at some point meet with the other lawyer privately or meet with the mediator privately or do something that you don't want them to have that happen the day of the mediation. They're thinking, well, why am I being cut out of the process? One of the key things from my perspective is to understand the risks of the risk perspective of the client. Are they risk averse? Are they risk tolerant? What are those things that are going into their analysis? And a lot of those are intangible, right? Like, how does it affect the business if it's interrupted for the next year and a half or 2 years, and having, your personal life be impacted in the stress, and how do you put a price tag on the intangible parts of a case? So all of those things are important for you to have that conversation with your client beforehand.
What about lingo, right? I mean, there's so much. I do a lot of arbitration work and mediation work, and I can't tell you how even corporate lawyers will sometimes confuse the two terms. But how do you work with lawyers to help them better prepare their clients to understand things like brackets or MSJ or all of the little, short acronyms that we use in the practice of law to communicate?
Well, bracketing for sure, I think, is something that the attorney needs to discuss with the client, because I usually see it come up when it's coming up real time in the mediation, and there's a confused look on the party's face saying, what's a bracket? So that's not the time to explain it from my perspective. It's something that, whatever the negotiation tactic is, I think but brackets is a common one. I think as lawyers, that's our vernacular, and we just say those words without even thinking about it. I had one recently where the party said, I'm not going to pay one time because I'm not guilty. And, not understanding the difference between the civil system and the criminal system. And it's probably just social media and TV and all the things that, people who are not in the process don't fully, they just don't deal with it. They're not familiar with it. So, but definitely I hear motion for summary judgment, MSJ, motion to dismiss, motion in limine. It's just an education, I think, of your client. I sometimes will do that in the mediation to say, oh, well, because I was an arbitrator, and I'll say, well, the judge is the gatekeeper. This is your first step. You may not get to the second step. And that's the kind of language I think would be helpful. But look, it's just kind of how we talk.
Right. It's a bit communication, right? Mediation is all about the communication, right? Communicating from one side to another to try to reach the middle ground, whatever that may be. Looking at the the lawyer as well. What can a lawyer do to help better prepare the mediator? I mean, you're coming in cold, right? They've been living with this case. How do you get, how do you have a lawyer prepare you, or what tips can you give them to prepare you to better facilitate or evaluate the case?
Well, Ray touched on this before us, and there were two things he addressed. One is a pre-mediation statement, and the other is a phone call. So I'll try to elaborate a little bit about that and also touch on a few things that are part of those. Before that, I have to say, do something. Over the last few years, have seen lawyers not submit a pre-mediation statement and not have a phone call. And I'm kind of begging sometimes for at least, give me 5 minutes so we can talk about your case. And I think, everyone's busy. They have a lot of cases they're working on, but it's so critical for the mediator to have information, because when I go in cold, yes, I'm going to pick up on it quickly. It's not going to be rocket science, but it would be better to, to hear from the lawyer and have that conversation. So if I had to pick one of the two, if we're short on time, I'd rather have a call. So to me, and Ray touched on this, I think, with the pre-mediation statement, that you can be more candid. So when I'm on the phone, with you, Erica, I can say, tell me about your client. Are they realistic? Do I need to, work on, reality testing or discussing risks and weaknesses more? I also think it's helpful, if I haven't worked with you, for me to talk to you about my style, right? Like if I've mediated with you before, you're going to know this is how Ellen, kind of operates. But yesterday I did one side I knew, the other side I didn't. And at some point he said, sounds like you're on their team. Right. And so I always say in the beginning, right, this is my approach. But if we had had a phone call in advance, I think that would have been something where I could have said, this is my style, is that going to work in this context? Or, what do you suggest would be the best approach? So as far as the statement goes, I think the more complex the case, I really do want a statement, because there are going to be some legal issues and potentially factual issues that would be too much to get into on a call. And really the benefit of the statement is, if you've got a summary judgment motion pending, you can send me the brief, send me the response. I can read all that, and then I come into it really up to speed and can dive in, more quickly.
Yeah. Do you often work with lawyers to help them understand that you're evaluative rather than just being a facilitator? Not that there's different styles and different ways for people to go forward, but is that something you work with them about, so that if they say, look, evaluative isn't going to work here because my client's, dug in their heels, so we need a little softer of a touch, something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that goes to them being familiar with my style if we haven't worked together. But I also think, like you said, it's kind of case by case, because in one case, it may be that I need to do more or less of, evaluating or reality testing than in a case with that particular client. I mean, in some cases, it could be that someone's really vulnerable. I mean, I do sexual assault, sexual harassment cases. It's got to be really more about listening and being present. And, I'm not doing that, at least in the beginning. I might do it later, but yes, I think it's like you said, it's more what works in this context.
What should, in addition to, is there anything else in addition to counsel asking you what your style is, that the lawyer should be asking you, both to prepare themselves for mediation, but also to prepare their client?
Well, the other thing, and this, you might be getting to it later, and I know Ray touched on it too, is whether or not we should have a general session. So sort of just format, and maybe they can also tell me about their experience with the other lawyer. Yesterday, there was a very contentious relationship with the two lawyers, to the point where not only could they not be in the same room at all, but even in the end, when we were doing the settlement agreement, I had to go back and forth because they would not be in the, and we were by Zoom, right? So understanding, what is going on kind of behind the scenes, not just with their client, but with opposing counsel.
Well, that's great. So as a mediator, so you touched on this, and I don't want to repeat too much, but you touched on the fact that you need to know more about the client, like who's actually making the deal. What else do you want to know before you get on the phone with the lawyers for the first time?
Well, I think that comes back to if you have a pre-mediation statement, because it might be that once I've read that, then I have more questions and I can ask more, ask more of that lawyer as to what we need to do to get ready. So without that, it's really me just trying to figure out, why hasn't this case settled? What are the obstacles? What have the negotiations been? And this kind of goes back a little bit, but a problem that we've all seen is when you come into the mediation and someone moves their number the wrong direction. So having in advance is really more of a tip on preparing yourself as the advocate, but having in advance a written demand or offer, depending on what side, so you don't show up and have that happen. I mean, clearly numbers are going to change depending on the case because things have developed. But getting that down, I think the conversation with the mediator is more about what does the process look like and kind of what obstacles do they see that I need to assist.
And I want to touch on that on the pre-mediation statement. I know Ray talked about it and he's great talking about it. What do you like to see? What are your parameters for what you want to see in the pre-mediation? What's important to you?
Well, I want to know the strengths and weaknesses of the case, if they'll admit to that. This is where if they're copying their client, it's going to be tough to be as candid as Ray, mentioned, which can be done on the call. There, I'm back to my favorite part, which is the call. But, even if it's just, these are a summary of the facts and the legal issues. So I come in with that knowledge. And then I said it a little bit ago, but it's really about what are the barriers to settlement and what have the negotiation history, sort of what's the status of the case, what has happened on the negotiation front, why haven't we settled it yet, and what we can do to move it towards settlement. And now I need to go back to have you done a formal settlement agreement?
So in tying back to that too, because you mentioned it just a moment ago about the demand. So I had a recent case we did not settle. Mediation still haven't settled, where the written demand was 13 pages long and served 9 o'clock before a 9:30 a.m. mediation, 9 p.m. before a 9:30 a.m. mediation. And what that time lapse causes. So how far in advance do you recommend that if there's a demand that needs to be made, that it be made so that the one side who's receiving the demand or the offer, however you're going to characterize it, has an opportunity to review it and come ready to talk about that framework that's being set up?
It depends who is the decision maker and what the type of company or individual is. So for example, if you have a personal injury case and you have insurance on the other side, they may need to then, roundtable it or go up to their next level of authority. And if you give them the demand the day before, it's hard for them to then get additional authority. So they're not coming in with that ability. And the same thing with a business context without insurance is, it's not going to be in-house counsel. They've got to go talk to the business group and they have to come up with the money. And if you don't give them enough time, it makes it challenging. I mean, I've had some where they just say, we're not mediating, right? We don't have enough time to even evaluate it. So I think a week, 2 weeks, I mean, something. Now, if you've done no negotiations, it's a little trickier because you don't even sort of know the benchmark for where we're starting.
Yeah, and I've seen some mediators recently that are actually putting that in their statement, like there has to be some exchange of offers before we get in the room, because otherwise it's going to take us half the day to put anything on the table.
Right.
And it's not efficient. Is that something that you're seeing or hearing people talk about?
Not really, but I think that's another great idea. My confirmation letter is going to get longer and longer.
I'm so sorry for all those. I apologize. I'm putting ideas in Ellen's head. So And you were talking about the merits, and you're talking about how, you know, we're dealing with sexual assault and sexual harassment issues and sensitive issues. Do you have a sense about subject matter experts in mediation? Is that a good or bad thing for helping people be prepared to try to resolve a case?
Well, I think it's much more powerful if you have a mediator who has subject matter expertise. I mean, that person, that mediator knows, for example, okay, we have an age discrimination case. Well, you don't get compensatory damages on that claim. You might get it on Title VII claim, but you get liquidated damages. And so just having the knowledge, not just of what elements need to be proven to win the case, but sort of what is recoverable if you do win, and what does that look like? Because I think someone who, like I think I shared with you, Erica, I would not feel comfortable doing an intellectual property case. It's just outside my wheelhouse. And I really would feel that it's not, whatever. But all the other areas that I do, any area that I do feel comfortable with the legal issues, the potential damages, and kind of what direction I think it may go. Of course, no one knows.
Well, and you did mention to me too that you picked up and you're doing a lot more probate mediations now. How did you go about preparing yourself and learning that area of law so that you could do more probate cases?
So yesterday was a probate case. It was actually a probate divorce kind of combo. I really spent time going to CLEs and learning the law and getting familiar with it by doing that. And of course, doing them over and over, I get more and more familiar, but I immerse myself in the law. And, I always say I'm doing that on my dime.
And that makes a lot of sense, right? To make sure that you've got the expertise to sell in the marketplace. And I think Ray touched on this as well too, but talking about preparing for the opening statement, and I want to hear that perspective from the lawyer, the client, and the mediator, the three legs to the stool. First and foremost, do you think the death of the opening statement is a good thing?
No, I think it's a powerful tool and a very important part of the process. And I recently went to an international ADR conference, and one of the speakers was Tony Piazza, who's, internationally renowned, and he does not even conduct a mediation unless there's a general session. That's just his rulings. Like, if they don't want to do a general session, I'm not going to mediate that case. And the main reason, and I think this is really, really powerful, is it's the only time the advocate can sit across the table and speak directly to the party. Because, a lot of times when I do have one, which isn't very often, very not frequently happening, people are looking at me and sharing their, opening statement. So I think the preparation part of this is knowing in advance, is this a case where I should consider a general session versus we just don't want to do them anymore? There's sort of just a default now to go straight to caucus, where it used to be you do the general session and then obviously go to caucus. So I think giving it some consideration, does it make sense in this case? And one example is pre-suit, because, in those cases, there hasn't even been a deposition. They've never seen the other party. And sometimes they haven't even met the other lawyer. And just to have that opportunity to speak directly to that party, the opposing party, has a lot of value. And that was sort of, Tony's point, that you just lose that. I mean, there's lots of other reasons to have it. It feels like your day in court. It might be that the party will talk. So back to preparation, if it's a case where you think your client would be really effective talking, and I've seen it be very effective, then you got to prep your client for that, right? Sometimes you're going to feel like your client isn't maybe up for it. Maybe they're too nervous, or they're not a sophisticated, there's a power imbalance. But you need to think about, does this make sense in this case? And there are, some cases that it might be. I mean, I would not put a woman or a man who's alleged sexual harassment in the same room with the alleged harasser. I mean, that sounds kind of obvious, but sometimes the alleged harasser could be the CEO of a company and they're entitled to be present. So, and there could be as outraged because, you know, it's not necessarily the case that they did anything wrong. So that there are some cases, divorce cases, you know, probate cases. We didn't do an opening yesterday. I mean, they were at each other's throats. There was no reason to do it. Oh,
Yeah.
real quick, Erica, here's my compromise, because you know mediators always like to promote compromise. At a minimum, I think everyone should come together, shake hands, say hello, and have the mediator go over the process and set the tone for conciliation, because especially when you're by Zoom, you never see people, you're not like at the coffee bar or whatever. And it's just, it really just feels polarizing from the start.
And that's all really great. The with respect to the opening statement, so the parties, it's a business dispute. They may hate each other, that happens too, but it's a business dispute, so there's no real threats here. And the parties have decided that they want to have that opening statement session. Do you have some recommendations and tips about how they prepare an opening statement that progresses the negotiation rather than requires the mediator to spend 2 hours calming people down?
Right. Well, the first tip is that it's not an opening statement to a jury and that you have to know the context and the audience, because I think those are the times where, I don't know, can you hear my cat crying?
You're good.
Okay, the door, anyway, okay, I just want to make sure we don't have him on the recording. So if you come in and do an opening as if there's a jury there, that is sort of the beating your chest adversarial approach, which I think has caused people to stop having a general session. So again, I think it comes back to who's your audience? What are you trying to accomplish? What's your goal? So I think it doesn't need to be conciliatory, rollover, you know, we're at fault kind of thing. But I think it needs to be, this is, you know, how we view our strengths. This is how we view, you know, the weaknesses of the case, whatever it is, but more of an overview, and always the, you know, we're here to try to get it resolved, but we have these, you know, things we're going to focus on if we go forward. I also think it's really helpful for the other side, and I don't necessarily mean the other lawyer, but their client, to see a lawyer who's super prepared, because you're demonstrating we're ready. We try cases. This is something we do. We're comfortable with it. The other thing that can come up is, you know, whether you give an apology or, you know, something that goes into it that's more personal. I like that. I like the party talking, which I already touched on, which is to prep that. So I think you need to decide if you're going to do it, have the right tone, see if your client's going to talk. And really, the other thing I didn't touch on is, and I think Ray had this in his slides as well, is body language, right? Like even the come together and just the mediator talks, there's a lot of information you can gather just by being together without openings.
Well, that is great. Then talking about this, when we talked about it a little bit for business cases, and really getting to a resolution. But looking at all the cases that you work on, do the merits, when at the end of the day, do you think that the merits really matter to getting to a number?
I do, because if there aren't discussions about strengths and weaknesses, it is hard to do an evaluation of, you know, the settlement value of the case. I mean, at the end, right, it always seems to come down to numbers, but I don't think you could just skip to numbers. I think it's a process. And I think having a mediator who can go over that, the one I mentioned from yesterday where the lawyer didn't know me and was accusing me of being on the other side's team. I think what I could do more is acknowledge strengths. Like, you know, I tend to come in and say, these are some things that I think are gonna be hard for you to prove or whatever it is. But, you know, both cases always have strengths and weaknesses. So a mediator that can get into the merits of it. And also because I used to arbitrate, I think I bring that to the table as my background too, which addresses those.
And looking at that, how how often do you see lawyers prepared to back up those numbers? So they've, got a pretty good breach of contract claim. It looks like they're likely to have some success on a summary judgment. Let's say it's the motion's pending. How often do you see lawyers prepared to do line items and justify their numbers?
I do see it, and it seems like it may start out that way the first couple rounds, and then it just becomes a number. But I think back to preparation on that, that's going through with your client and knowing, look, this is what the books say, this is what the tax returns say, we can establish net profits or whatever. And sometimes I see people with the Excel spreadsheets, they've gone through it, it's obvious that they've spent the time and spent the time with their client to get those numbers and be able to present them in an effective way. But I don't, it's harder and it's easier, I think, in a business dispute. And obviously if it's an employment case and you're looking at what's the back pay to date, those are calculable, but it's tricky when it's something intangible like compensatory damages, pain and suffering. I mean, how do you put a price on that? But definitely if it is something you can calculate, some lawyers do it and some don't.
Do you find it's more helpful when lawyers do it when you've gotten the offer and you're walking it into the other room or zooming it into the other room to be able to talk through the various aspects?
I do. It also kind of sets up the other side to be able to pick it apart, right? So it may be a pro and a con, but it also depends on the stage, because if they've already been through written discovery, they've already exchanged that information. So if I'm pre-suit, that may not, it may be they haven't shared it yet. And I always encourage them to share it. And that might be something back to before you get to the negotiation table to share it in advance. So the other side can see, look, these are the numbers, and maybe, there can be a more productive discussion about the numbers.
And you mentioned that, and this ties back, I think you mentioned in your pre-mediation statements, or that they might send you the motion for summary judgment and so forth. How far in the weeds do you get for reading deposition transcripts or looking at interrogatory responses or expert reports where those damages might be detailed?
Well, I have two thoughts on that. I don't want you to give me an excerpt from a depo and it turns out that the part of the depo you didn't give me is the part that helps the other side. I don't want you to cherry pick it, but I also know people don't want to pay the mediator to read a bunch of transcripts. So I think it's going to be case by case basis, but I would just say if you're going to provide something like a deposition transcript, you need to do it in a fair, even-handed manner. I don't really usually get interrogatory responses. An expert report, I think, is critical if you're at that stage. So I think you need to sort of streamline what you're going to give the mediator and give enough, but give a full picture, if that makes sense.
That it certainly does. What can mediators do to better, we talked a lot about what lawyers can do. What about mediators? Just looking inward, what could you do better to prepare yourself every time you open that door and you meet new faces for the first time that you're trying to help them bridge a gap they've been unable to resolve themselves?
Well, even though I'm not a big social media person, I research the parties. I get online and I look up not just the lawyers. I mean, of course, I look up the lawyers, but I'll look up the parties and look at what their interests are, what their background. Maybe it's something we can chit chat about that can develop that rapport. And if I didn't do any digging or due diligence, I may not have that information. So I like doing that. Most of it is sort of what I touched on with what I want to discuss with the lawyer. And then, maybe now I'm going to, like I said, work on my pre-mediation confirmation letter to do that. I might need to do some of that research on my own dime stuff, right? If I know, this does have one issue like ERISA, and I really don't know that inside now, but I've dealt with it. I may do some legal research. If they send me a pre-mediation statement, they'll usually send me cases with citations and I'll look up if I'm not familiar with it. So I think kind of doing my own due diligence is helpful.
Oh, that's fantastic. What other tips can you give for clients? So if you're put yourself in the shoes, you're talking to a client who's just walked in the door and the lawyer says, fine, it's fine, Ellen. You can talk to my client. I don't need to be in the middle there. How would you recommend talking to that client? I know I'm a little beyond preparation, but preparing them for the rest of the day, I guess.
Right. So are you talking, when you say client, are you talking about the party?
Party, yes, sorry. Thank you.
I think of client as the lawyers.
Yeah,
So
so sorry.
that's okay. I thought that's what you meant. So I will spend time talking about my approach so I don't surprise them. And I also spend time on what I think the goal is. You know, I think one of the most difficult parts, and I think this was already addressed a little bit, is, you know, the person comes in with a low ball or a high ball number, and already we are discouraged. And it's often the case where I've had people say, we're just not getting anywhere, we're done, you know, we're at an impasse, and they're declaring an impasse. And so I always say, you know, I've done so many of these where it feels like that. I try to kind of get the frustration out, but I know it's going to happen. It will dissipate. But sometimes I feel like if I can talk on the front end about, you know, the goal here is to find out what's the true gap, right? Like, what is their top number? What is the bottom number? And then you have a decision to make. So, I mean, nothing that other mediators don't do, but just trying to do that. My biggest thing is building rapport. It turned out, I don't even know how it came up. Oh, I think I asked the person where they were from. And when she told me, it turned out she shared that she was adopted. And I'm adopted, and we're about the same age. And so back then, you know, 59 years ago, they were all closed adoptions. And then we're talking about, do we look for, I mean, it was just crazy. You know, usually you don't get that deep of a connection that quickly, but just getting that comfort and trying to let them feel relaxed. Like if I can see they're nervous or they're, you know, shaking or they're crying or whatever the emotion is, just, you know, take a break, you know, this isn't formal, you know, whatever it is, to try to get them more comfortable with the process and me.
Yeah, certainly it seems like preparing them for the ups and downs of a day. The lawyers should be doing that, but sometimes we don't. We try, but we don't. Do you feel it's it's within your role to be preparing them at whether it's in your first general session or in your first caucus? Like, this could be a long day. There are going to be ups and downs. There are going to be challenges.
I think it's going to depend on the lawyer, and some lawyers don't really want their client to talk, even though it's hard for me to help if their client is not doing any of the talking. So I have to get a sense of how much I can do without stepping on toes. And some of that's just getting a read and you know, just life, right? Just knowing how to read people. So, and I think if we talk ahead of time, I'll know the lawyer will say, look, my client's a nervous wreck, or my client's pissed off, or whatever it is. Did I tell you about, yeah, I told you about that one thing. There was one other thing I wanted to talk to you about, talk to everyone about, which is, I feel like it's just the two of us. Right?
It is, because it's just, they're out there. They're out
I
there.
know, I can't see anybody, but I know there are a lot of people because I looked down the thing. Not only do you have to worry about authority on who's bringing the money side, but I think it's really important to think about authority. It's usually on the plaintiff side. It could be on the defendant side of who do we need? Because sometimes it's a spouse, sometimes it's a sibling. Some, like yesterday, actually both sides brought a sibling. And what I don't want to have happen is whoever this true decision maker is, we get to the end, they've heard none of it from me or the lawyer. And then they say, well, what do you mean you're going to agree to that? So on the front end, the advocate needs to find out, do we have who we need? Or do you want someone here for moral support? Whatever it is, because that to me is just as critical as having the checkbook.
Right. Well, and you said it for the lawyer, but what about the mediator? How do you make sure when you're talking to the lawyers that they've made that inquiry? Like, does he need his wife there? Does his wife need the husband there? Do they need a sibling?
I ask it, I just ask it in advance. And sometimes it's, no, I think we're okay, or close in time, they'll say, oh, they do want to bring so-and-so with them to the mediation. The other caution is the one yesterday where each side brought a sibling. Neither lawyer told the other lawyer that they were bringing another person. And initially the reaction was, no, we're not going to have that person. Of course, they're going to sign the confidentiality agreement. I'm not going to let them be there without it. But that heads up to the other side. I mean, one, professional courtesy, but two, look, this is what's going to be happening at the mediation. We need to make sure we're all on the same page, which if they had told me, right, I didn't know either.
You could have facilitated, right? Part of that preparation is you could have facilitated the negotiation as to who would have been there.
Right. And so I don't want to be doing that the day of, and that's what happened yesterday.
And it seems to me that that just takes so much time out of an energy out of the process, right? You end up wasting so much time dealing with the feelings or, you know, reactions to whatever the surprise is.
Right.
Can you give us an example of your worst prepared lawyer?
I mean, I'll come back to the ones that give me nothing, or, you know, I've got something being sent to me at 9 a.m. for a 10 a.m. mediation, and I'm scrambling to try to read it. So I really think it's the people that do nothing. And I always say in the letter, you know, if you want to send a statement, do it a week before. If you want to call, let's schedule one, put it on the calendar, and then I'm following back up. So the only thing I can think is that people are just so busy that it's hard to do. And it's just, they know their case so well, they don't think about me. I'm just more effective if I can come in advance, especially if there's, you know, a more complicated issue. Some of them, I mean, I've been doing so many, it's not going to be that tricky to know, you know, a car wreck case, but you know, there could be complex medical, and I've been told nothing.
Right. That would make it difficult. That would make it very difficult. Do you have any parting words before we open it up for questions? There are any?
Well, you know, I'm going to part with very seriously consider doing a full-blown formal settlement agreement. I didn't tell you why this has become a problem. I keep saying you because I can only see you. But
okay.
This is the reason I have a case where the parties mediated with another mediator. They settled, they did a term sheet. And then what happened is the claimant fired her lawyer. And the word confidential, you know, it's going to be a confidential settlement, was in the term sheet. And as the lawyers went back and forth, confidentiality became this because it needed to be expanded to cover all the concerns. And she said, I never agreed to that. So then, as you would expect, they went in on a motion to enforce and the court denied it. And then they got set for trial. They filed a motion for summary judgment and the court denied that. And I got involved because at some point in between the court getting involved, the court asked for them to mediate a second time. Well, at that point, you know, it's a contract and it's yes or no. And they didn't want to, you know, they already had a deal. So that case is still going. And the first mediation was probably a year and a half ago.
Oof, that's horrible.
That's my cautionary tale.
Yeah, that's horrible. So Ellen's got so many stories and other things and so much experience. Is there anybody has any questions for Ellen about preparation or mediation statements or opening statements? Sean, I can't see if there's any questions here, so I don't know if there's a.
I don't see any questions in the chat.
All right. Well, Ellen, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think we're ending a little bit early, but that will allow folks to take another quick break before the last session.
All right. Thanks, Erica.
Thank you, Ellen.
All right. Thank you, Ellen. Thank you, Erica. We do have a few minutes before our next one that starts at 12. So Lane, is it okay if we take a short break?
Sure.
Okay, so let's take a little break. We'll be back at noon to wrap up the last hour of today's program. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being with us so far. We're in our last hour of our program today. And so I do want to introduce our next speaker, Rahina Lalani Daya. She's a family law and community mediator in Toronto. She's a professor of ADR and a faculty member of family law mediation programs at various institutions in Canada. Her academic focus covers the application of interpersonal neurobiology principles to the practice of mediation, including trauma-informed and attachment-informed mediation, culture and conflict in an algorithmic society, and risk assessment and the mitigation of violence in interpersonal conflict. She is a lawyer in Ontario. She's accredited as a mediator by multiple international institutions. She is serving her 6th term as an executive board director, the Ontario Bar Association's ADR section. She served 4 terms as a board director for the Family Dispute Resolution Institute of Ontario, a family mediation accrediting body where she founded the Family Violence section and served as the inaugural chair of the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. Rahina, thank you for being with us today. I will turn it over to you, and I do want to mention that if those who have questions throughout this presentation, feel free to put those in the chat. And I think, Rahina, you said you'll have some time at the end to take some questions. So, Rahina, we'll turn over to you.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm just going to share my slides. Bear with me 2 seconds. All right, can everyone see that?
Perfect.
And just to check, because I'm using multiple screens, you can just see the regular slides, right? Not the notes?
Yes.
Perfect, great. Okay, so today we're going to go into a workshop. We're looking at trauma and the window of tolerance in conflict resolution. So here's what you'll need today. You'll need a pen, some paper, ideally a healthy snack and a hot drink, and certainly some curiosity and maybe a bit of playfulness. Before we get going, I do have a few opening statements that I always like to go through when we do trauma-informed workshops in ADR. So we're not mental health practitioners. We are interested in the application of trauma models to negotiation and how they can be helpful in this regard. We'll do a tiny bit of trauma-informed training, but to have and build a truly trauma-informed practice will take much more study, research, and training. At a trauma-informed workshop, if you're feeling triggered, I will ask while I'm going through this, if everyone can just pull out some paper and write down for yourself something that tends to calm you down when you are feeling on edge, and something that tends to bring your energy up when you're feeling a little low. And then I'll ask that you add 2 more things to that, which is do the same exercise over, but this time something that's already within your budget. So if it's calling your best friend, they've got to be on your phone plan. If it's eating delightful carbs, it's already got to be in your kitchen. The idea here is that your supports should never have any barriers, especially financial barriers for you to access. So if you can write down 2 of those things that help you to calm down when you feel on edge, and 2 things that help you get energized when you need to pick up some energy, or when you're feeling a little low. Then we aim to make this a safe space. So this often includes not recording the session. Today we are, so as to foster an environment in which we can speak freely and feel safe doing so. So I'll ask anyone if you want to share anything in the chat. I'll just ask that you stay mindful of your own boundaries. Or what Brene Brown refers to as a vulnerability hangover. This is where we share, and it feels all right in the moment, but then afterwards we might feel a little sickly or worried or anxious. So if you want to share something, just take a second to check in with yourself and ask, will this give me a vulnerability hangover? And if you think it will, then you can choose to refrain from sharing that piece. If you don't think it will, then go right on ahead and participate. To that point on participation, please do respect each other's privacy. If someone doesn't give you express permission to share, assume what they've said is confidential. And if you choose to share and are referencing someone else's point or work, please do give them credit. Finally, if a speaker has said it's okay to share their point or experience outside of the environment, please reference them or credit them when you do so. So I wanted to start off today by telling a conflict story. There's a classic community mediation story about oranges, and I want to tell a slightly different one today. I know a number of you are already mediators, so you're going to understand a great many things that come up with this story. And I'd like to fall back on it to introduce some new concepts later. So there is a fight over a lemon, and it's threatening to escalate into a legal battle. Now, what's happened here is this is the last lemon any of three parties can access. So party one says, it's my lemon, I bought the lemon, I paid for the lemon, it's my lemon, I own it, de facto. Party two says, it's my lemon. You put money on my counter. I did not try and sell it to you. At no point did I offer it to you. You just put money on my counter and took my lemon. And the third person says, look, that lemon was on the second person's counter, but that lemon was on trust for me. That lemon wasn't even, it was in their possession, but I'm the beneficial owner of this lemon. And so we see party 1, 2, and 3 escalate into what might turn into legal tension or into a lawsuit, each believing that they have entitlement to this lemon. And for any of us who have an interest-based background in mediation or in negotiation, we would know these things to be positions. These are my demands. This is my lemon. I own this lemon. This is my rationale for why the lemon belongs to me. Now, when we get down to what this lemon does for people, or for those of us who are interest-based ADR practitioners, what their interests are, we need to find that information out by asking good questions, kind questions. And so I sit with each of these parties and I speak to the first one and I say, okay, tell me about this lemon. What's so important about this lemon? I really want to understand. And party one says to me, well, you know, Rahina, my ex and I have split up, and I used to see my daughters every single day. And now I only see them 4 days a month. I see them every other weekend. And this split up's been really tough, but there seems to be only one thing my ex and I can agree on, and that is that I get to teach our girls finances. So I have spent all of my paternal energy working towards this lemonade stand. And my girls and I are going to have it this weekend, and it's getting too cold. So like, this is the last weekend we can possibly have this lemonade stand. Rahina, I need this lemon. We just one lemon short. I need this lemon. And what I understand as an interest-based mediator is this person's paternity is on the line. His relationships with his daughters is on the line. That's what's driving him to really push his positions of, I own this lemon, I bought this lemon. I go and have a chat with party two, and I ask, okay, so you seem very invested in this lemon. I want to know more. Tell me more. And party two says to me, Rahina, my mother has elected for medically assisted dying. This is the last year I have with her. And every year, just as summer turns into fall, every year we have a tradition. We make marmalade. And our secret ingredient is lemon rind. I need this lemon. This lemon is the difference between me making marmalade with my mother one last time and not. And as an interest-based mediator, I understand that her interest is her parental bond with her mother. And this is part of her grief process and trying to make the last memory she has. And then I have a chat with the third party. And I say, you seem very, very invested in this lemon. I'm curious, I want to know more. Can you tell me more about this lemon? And this party says to me, Rahina. I live with my grandparents. I am the sole provider in our house. I work all the time and I hate my job. But what I do love is photography and art. And I have the opportunity to attend one of the best art schools in my environment. And I can't afford it unless I get the scholarship. And for the scholarship, what I need is a still life photograph of a fruit bowl with a lemon as its center. I need this lemon. And as an interest-based mediator, I understand that this person's sense of self-actualization, his sense of family is on the line. That's what this lemon means to him. Now, for those of us who are mediators, can you pop in the chat different solutions you might think to this lemon problem? Different ways you might see this lemon problem be solved? I might have to stop sharing to access the chat. If you were mediating this, what do you think some potential solutions would be? Feel free to unmute as well. That's totally an option as well.
Hi.
Okay, I've got some direct message. Oh, go ahead. Who's unmute? Who's unmuted?
Hi, this is Jenny Calvert. I was just thinking, let the artist use it first, then let the person who needs the rind use it, and then let the lemonade stand use it.
That's exactly right. And you have two other people agreeing with you in the chat. So, right, this is a classic story that, you know, we think about how can we widen the pie? How can we make sure people get what they need in our processes? So going back to this, we've all got great ADR minds here. We know what we're talking about, right? These are positions. I want the lemon and the interest. What's going on here? These are all our reasons, and they can be quite deep-seated. So one thing I love to introduce to people is this idea of the relationship levels. So Van Rieken and Pollock gave us, they studied children and youth across the world and identified that culture for culture, many things change, but something that seems to be fairly consistent amongst humanity is that throughout the world, relationships move through various levels of communication as people get to know each other. And while there are undoubtedly different ways this happens in various cultures, here is a common pattern for how relationships are established. So I've taken the excerpt from their book, and I've converted it into an image to make it a little bit more accessible for you. So level 1 is the superficial level. This involves conversation, generally referred to as small talk. How are you? Where are you from? The weather or today's headlines. The second relationship level is still safe. This is a no-risk exchange of facts. Where did you go on vacation last year? Now, this book was published well before the pandemic. I suspect all of us have times where we know that that might have been a much more risky question. Where did you go on vacation last year? But you can think of your own examples, or what sites did you see? Maybe who's your sports team, or who's your sports team might move us into level 3, which is judgmental. So here we begin to risk a few statements about our opinions on politics, religion, or other matters about which our new friend might disagree with us. And this is really where, as lawyers, I know this is a bar association, so I presume that a number of us here are mediators and lawyers. As lawyers, this is where we start to get our work. Something's happened at level 3 and a conflict occurs. And this is really where I see positions beginning at level 3 relationships. Then there's level 4. So this is where we begin feeling how we, sharing how we feel about our lives and others. So maybe that we're sad, glad, worried, I might argue that depressed from a mental health perspective ought to go into level 5, but I'm going to stay faithful to Ben Rieken and Pollock right now. And then level 5 is where we reveal our most private thoughts and feelings to another person, confessing secret dreams as well as painful failures. This stage involves an honesty and vulnerability that leads to true intimacy. Most of us only have a few people in our lives with whom we share at this level, and some people have no one to share such a place. Now, as mediators, when we are building rapport and when we are earning interest, or learning our clients' interest, or earning their respect and trust so that they'll share their interests with us, I see those as level 4 and 5 disclosures. So one of the first things I want to just set as a base that, again, most interest-based mediators are already familiar with and have bought into is this idea that the more rapport we have, the easier it will be to ascertain a client's or counterparts if we're negotiating interests. And we'll come back to all of those concepts soon. For now, I just want to give you a brief overview of trauma. So it's a psychosocial experience. It's a psychophysical experience. So it's something that we feel in our minds, but also in our bodies. It's a normal coping mechanism for when we are overwhelmed in response to the perception of threat. A key word here is perception. So a threat might not be real, but when we are perceiving threat, there's a normal coping mechanism that comes out, and trauma is that. It's also the inability to protect oneself and stay safe. Now, there's a mediation aphorism, which is there's always a reasonable reason for the unreasonable behavior. And this probably sums up the main curiosity point I bring to my research and my work. I always try and remember there's always a reasonable reason for the unreasonable behavior, even if I won't know what that reasonable reason is. And I like this because, it helps me stay empathic. It helps me remember that no matter what I'm hearing from a person, no matter how upsetting the situation might be, there's probably a reasonable reason underlying the unreasonable behavior or the seemingly unreasonable behavior. So a quick note on the difference between trauma-informed practice and trauma-based service. So trauma-informed practice is what we are seeking to achieve when we do trauma-informed work. We're aiming to borrow from mental health practitioners, look at the information that they work with, and apply it to our field. Trauma-based services is not the work of ADR professionals. It is the work of mental health professionals and physicians. This is where they actually treat the trauma itself. We don't do that. What we do instead is look at what we know about trauma and apply it to how we're going to work in our practice and how we understand our clients and their conflicts. So today we're just going to do a micro dose of trauma-informed negotiation practice. And we're going to start with the window of tolerance, which is the subject of today's workshop. So what I need everyone to do is to please grab some paper and pen. And we're just going to do this old school. So can I get a few thumbs up when everyone has their paper and pen handy? Because this is a drawing exercise we're going to do together. Okay, so what you need to do, excellent. What you need to do is pop a square in the middle of your page. You can see it's probably taken up about 1/3 of my page. And within that, you can just add a graph line. Doesn't have to be pretty. Fun fact, I wanted to be an artist. But you can see the quality of my art. So here I am, a lawyer and a mediator. So you just need a box with a graph line that starts from the bottom, pops over to the top, and comes right back down. And again, if I can have a thumbs up when you have that. Or you can turn on your video and show me. I'm always curious to see different people's drawings. Okay, we've got a few people going on there. Excellent. Okay, wonderful. Now I'm going to ask for you to just follow along. I promise you I'll tell you how the sausage is made after we do it. But for now, I'm going to host an exercise and I invite you to come along with us. So I'm going to invite you to either close your eyes or lower your gaze, whichever one feels better. And just take a few deep inhales through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. Hit a couple more times. I want you to remember a time in your life where maybe it was your birthday and everyone let you pick where you went to go to eat or what you got to do that day, help into a really difficult and meaningful case, and you won. And it was that moment of victory. And when you have your everything is awesome moment, I'm going to invite you to pop it in the middle of your line and leave for yourself a couple of notes, maybe some keywords, or a couple of sentences about your everything is awesome moment. And I'm just going to name this my EIA. That's my little note. Everything is awesome. And yes, every now and then I do sing the Lego song to this bit. Like, everything is awesome. Let me know you got your everything is awesome moment with a little thumbs. We will carry on. Does everyone have an everything is awesome moment? And plotted it in the middle. I see something on the chat. Okay, some thumbs ups in the chat. Great. All right. We'll go right back to it. So inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. I want you to remember a time that you were really very stressed. And this was the sort of stress that kind of pushed you to get things done. It was, you know, while you were stressed, you worked very hard. And when it was over, you were really quite proud of yourself because you had to push yourself and you were stressed out. I ask you to pop it right here within your square at the top on your line. For me, this was law school exams. They would, you know, I would push and study and study and study and feel totally stressed. But when it was done and I got my grades, it was a pretty great feeling. And I felt proud. So when you have your activating stress moment, go ahead and plot it within your box and on the line. And again, leave some notes for yourself, maybe a couple of sentences or keywords about what yours were. So I'll pop law school exams here. I see someone is I don't know what happened there, but there seems to be some drawing that's just come over my slide. Okay. Everybody ready? Next round. See some thumbs up in the chat. That's great. Okay, wonderful. Next one, inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. This time I want you to remember a time that you were quite stressed, except this time, this was a depleting sort of stress or an exhausting sort of stress. And again, this was the sort of stress that when it was over, you were really quite proud of yourself and maybe you were exhausted when it was done, but you pushed yourself through it and you got there. You can think of this as a depleting sort stress. And I'd like you to pop it here in your square, inside your square and on the lower side of your graph line. So for me, this was a loved one passed away and I had to have a really difficult conversation about their estate. And it was tiring. It was really tiring. And at the end, while I was exhausted, I was really proud. I pushed myself and I got there. So whichever one that memory is for you, go ahead, mark it down, leave some notes for yourself. And when you are ready, let me know. This is your memory of depleting stress. And feel free to use your reactions to give me a thumbs up. Wonderful. Got a few more people saying they're ready. Here we go. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. Maybe this time introducing a little bit of mindfulness. So inhaling through the nostrils. Seeing if we can notice where our feet are. See if we can notice the way that our body is supported by the chair or the bed or the seat, wherever we might be seated. See if we can notice that support our body is feeling. And imagine that our seat is sitting on a floor and going beneath that floor into the concrete of the building, the scaffolding, working our way all the way down to the bottom of the building, to the concrete on the pavement. Underneath that, the earth, compact ground, and even below that, the clay in the earth, and even below that, going deep, deep, deep down, all the way to the core of the earth, and working our way back up through the packed ground, through the clay, through the dirt, through the cement, all the way back up through the scaffolding of the building, to the floor, to our seat, and just notice the way we are supported physically in this sense. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. I want you to remember a time where you were very, very upset. Maybe you were crying or screaming or yelling or shaking or had red face. Or maybe you looked perfectly calm on the outside, but on the inside you were seething. Take a moment to remember this memory and pop it right up here, outside your square on your graph line. For me, this was an argument I had with my sister. I said some very not nice things in a very mean way. And some of them were true. So later I could only apologize for how I said it, not what I said. And I wasn't terribly proud of myself afterwards. Make a note for yourself what this was, this moment where you were crying on the outside and seething on the inside. And make a couple of notes or some keywords, what this was. I'm gonna put fight with sister here. And go ahead and let me know at your pace using the chat or the reactions, so I know when you're ready to move on. Awesome, thanks for those thumbs up. Okay, 2 more to go, that's it. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. Maybe introducing a little bit more mindfulness here. Seeing if you can notice your feet and your hands. Is there anywhere in your body that you might be feeling cold? Is there somewhere else in your body where you might be feeling warm? Does your body have a uniform temperature? Can you wiggle your toes and feel where they are at and just notice that? Or maybe wiggle your fingers and notice those. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth. I want you to remember a time where you just shut down. Maybe someone said something and bam, you had fuzzy brain, or bam, you were tired. Maybe your shoulders were slumped, or you had flat affect, your face kind of looked blank. Maybe you were cold. And remember a moment that shut down and pop it down here outside your square and on your graph line. For me, this was about 45 seconds after I discovered this loved one passed away. I heard the news on the phone. I said, okay. I was okay. And then bam, I just shut down. Maybe leave a couple of keywords for yourself there. What happened? How did that shock for you? And when you're ready, you know the drill. Just let me know with your thumbs up in the reactions or in the chat. All right. Thanks for those thumbs up. Really appreciate them. Okay, here we go. Inhaling through the nostrils. Exhaling through the mouth, maybe gaze lowered or eyes closed. Have a little feel for your feet, for your toes, your hands. I want you to remember a time where you were really very calm. Such a calming moment. Maybe it was a beautiful view or a moment of solitude with a person you cherish. Find this moment of incredible calm for yourself. Where were you? What was going on? Just revisit this lovely memory, and when you're ready, create a little rectangle at the bottom of your page and pop a C in there for your calm moment, and make a couple of notes about that. For me, that's whenever I go to this body of water near where I grew up. It has a really calming effect on me. I've got my notes up here. You know the drill. Let me know when you're ready. When you have that wonderfully calm moment ready, here we go. Some thumbs up are coming in. Excellent. Thank you. All right. Well, welcome to the window of tolerance and your own autobiographical one. Let me show you what just happened and unpack this for you. And feel free to open up your videos if you so wish. It's always great to hang out with you and see your faces while we do this. So let's have a look at what we did and what was going on for us. Okay, so this is the window of tolerance. Daniel Siegel conceptualized it first. He is widely known as the father of the window of tolerance. And that was in this book. I don't know if you can see it all the way down here, The Developing Mind. Later, Levine and Ogden both did work on it, and now I'm doing work on it myself. So here's what happens when we're inside of our window of tolerance. Better yet, when we're inside of our window of tolerance, we're able to be emotionally regulated, where we have our ability to self-soothe. We might be stressed out, but we have the cognitive ability to express ourselves and to engage from a place of rationality. So what's happening here? Well, it comes back to the way that the brain is designed. So bear with me while I use myself as a little mannequin. So I want you to think about the brain has many, many functions, many, many parts. For now, I want to use triune theory, which yes, does have critiques, but one thing I like about triune theory, for now, I want us to just recognize that we have our spinal cord, and our spinal cord feeds into our brain. At the base of our brain, we have what's called our reptilian brain. It's where our limbic system lives. And back here is the thing that causes us to breathe, tells us when we're hungry, or that we need to run when there's a predator. It's where we have our most basic survival instincts. Now around here is our mammalian brain. This is where a lot of our social tendencies come from, and this is where our nurturing of our young, our working with safety in numbers comes to bear. And over here is our prefrontal cortex. This is where we do our reasoning. This is where we do our rationalizing. It's where we do our thinking. A lot of the philosophers and the ethicists, when they say we should behave a way and think rationally and make cognitive decisions, what they're saying is we should be operating from here. Now, here's how just about anything works in the brain. There's some stimulus from the environment, so I'll pinch myself. Before I know it, before I could even utter these words, my brain has already made a calculation as to how much pain it wants to allocate. Why? Or what's it doing and how is it making this decision? Well, it's asking two questions. How dangerous is this thing? A pinch isn't terribly dangerous. And how known is this thing? How familiar is it? Or how unknown is it? And I'm quite known to myself, so I don't really feel much pain when I do that. So stimulus goes in, climbs up the spinal cord, and the brain very quickly makes a determination as to how safe it is. So if you, and feel free to put your hand up for this, have any of you, like me, had the very unfortunate situation where you stub your toe on your bed in the middle of the night? Anybody done that? You can put your hands up with the hand raise function. Yeah, it's not fun. Anybody also had the other misfortune of doing the same thing in the dark in a hotel room? And now, yeah, there we go. Yep. Now, you may have noticed, or you may not have noticed, that it actually hurts more in the hotel room, even for the same amount of force. And that's because your bedroom is more known. And so your body allocates more pain to the unknown thing. So we get some stimulus, maybe someone says something. Very quickly, your brain is making determinations, and the first brain that makes a determination is back here. It's the thing that keeps you alive in the most basic fundamental ways. And back here governs fight, flight, freeze, and fawn is a little bit more complicated, so we're not going to touch on that today, but it's another fear response. So what happens is someone says something, and here, I want you to, maybe I'll take us to our teens or just being in court. You know that moment where you go up to someone, so maybe you were a teenager and you're pitching your parents on something, or you're talking to your boss, and you make your pitch, and you say everything, and you're done, and you wait. And this is what you get. And that infuriating moment. It's infuriating. But whether they know it or not, what they might be doing is following a brain rule, which is it takes approximately 10 seconds for our first stimulus to get from here all the way up to here to our prefrontal cortex. So in that moment where they're taking that sip of water or coffee, what they might actually be doing is buying themselves time to achieve a prefrontal reaction. In our window of tolerance, we are operating from our prefrontal cortex. Now, I don't want anyone walking away with this idea that being in our window of tolerance is cool, calm, and collected. That can happen in our everything is awesome moment, right around here. But we can be very stressed in our window of tolerance and also operate from a place of rationality and negotiate from a place of thoughtfulness where we're really taking everything into account. And these are our moments of healthy stress. So these are those propelling, activating stress and that depleting stress. And that's why for a lot of us, we were proud in those moments, because even though we were stressed, we were operating from our prefrontal cortex, making very rational decisions for ourselves. However, there are times, and it is very important that our body does this for us, where we're not able to operate with rationality. So another way of looking at this is a hand model for the brain. So your limbic system is here, yeah? And this around here is the mammalian system, and up here is your prefrontal cortex. In a fight, this one will always win. This is not the Olympics. There is no real competition. This one's going to keep you alive, so it gets the highest vote. Then this one's going to keep you safety in numbers and with your loved ones, so it gets the second vote. And this one gets the third vote, so it kind of lags behind. And what happens is in those moments where we were hyper dysregulating, what we were noticing or what was happening to us was our brain said, this is too dangerous. This is too important for us to rely on this. We need to rely on fight or flight all the way back here. So fight and flight lives with hyper dysregulation, and we all have it, because if a saber-toothed tiger were to come up to me and I tried to negotiate with that saber-toothed tiger and explain to it why it shouldn't eat me, what do you think is going to happen to me? Feel free to unmute or feel free to pop it in the chat. Say I was using my prefrontal cortex. And I said, hey, saber-toothed tiger, don't eat me. You don't want to eat me. There's tons of other good reasons why you shouldn't eat me. What do you think I might get? Yeah, someone's DM'd me saying eaten. That's right, I'll get it, or very likely get it. So what's happening here is your body is choosing the safest mechanism at any point in time. And sometimes the safest mechanism is to engage in hyperdysregulation. The other safest mechanism where we're overwhelmed, remember, trauma is overwhelm. It's that feeling that we can't keep ourselves safe. It's this idea that we really, it's psychophysical, right? So it's happening in our brains, but it's also happening in our bodies. We feel it throughout our bodies, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. So what happens with hypodysregulation is we're freezing. And sometimes it looks like flight. Now, there's a lot of really important points here that I'm going to bring up over and over and over again. So one of them is diet, which I'll talk about a little bit later, which I'll call the trauma-informed diet. But here, sometimes what we do is we have some caffeine because we're feeling pretty low and lethargic and we're maybe here. And maybe it sends us up here, which is what we're going for, but sometimes it sends us up here. And if we've ever said we've had the caffeine jitters, what we're doing is launching ourselves out. And I'll explain this in just a moment, but for that, I need to talk you through how we got through that particular exercise, and then I'll take you to what happens with our caffeine. So what did just happen? What were we doing? Theoretically, I took you through traumatic moments of your life, or what at a physical level, so is a traumatic moment in your life, and you are all here and you're all able to participate, hopefully. And why? Why did that work? Well, will give us our same explanation for that use of caffeine. So our autonomic nervous system has two aspects that we're interested in today, and that is our sympathetic system and our parasympathetic system. And these two counterbalance each other. So our sympathetic system raises our heartbeat. It raises our heartbeat. Our breath goes fast. Our pupils get big. It's setting us up. All the blood goes from the rest of the body to our brain and our big muscles. It's setting us up for fight and flight. Our parasympathetic system, you may have heard as the rest and digest system. Here, our blood flow is quite even. Here, our heart rate is nice and steady, and our breathing is deep. There's a lot of other things that happen. So I pulled out these two Creative Commons, and I'll share this deck with you so you can learn where the different things that are happening in your sympathetic and your parasympathetic system. But what happens here, why we care about it and why it worked was this. Remember when I pinched myself? Well, what I've done is I've taken the same principles and I've somewhat biohacked the situation. So by deep breathing through a stressful situation, what I've done is given some physical information to my body and said, hey, we're deep breathing. So the brain goes, oh, there's deep breathing. We must be safe. We can afford to turn on the parasympathetic system. And so when we go back to diet for that 2 seconds, what happens when we have that cup of caffeine? Well, sometimes we threaten, sometimes we're down here and we're just trying to get here, but sometimes we activate our sympathetic nervous system. And other times, what might happen is we'll have a glass of wine and we're trying to take the edge off and we're trying to get down here. And sometimes it might bring us down here. So we constantly use coping mechanisms, healthy and unhealthy, to try and stay within our window of tolerance. Deep breathing is an excellent way to go about it. I'll leave a link with Sean to box breathing, which is used by various different professions. And those, in order to handle stressful situations, ER doctors, firefighters, Navy SEALs call it tactical breathing. And yogis have been calling it box breathing for a very, very long time, well before tactical breathing was developed. But it's all the same thing, and it's all designed to stimulate your parasympathetic nervous system. Now, in stressful situations, we want to do that because our body will naturally be sympathetic. So when we bring our parasympathetic up, what we do is even ourselves out because we're still quite stressed. If you're a firefighter and you're running to a fire, that's stressful. When we're in trial, that's stressful. When our clients are really upset in a mediation, that can be stressful. So our first big tip is we can always rely on deep breathing. One thing I want to quickly talk about very, very briefly is bringing intersectionality into the mix, because when we understand how our clients are doing in their conflicts, we need to understand that all inequality is not created equal. It's an intersectional approach shows us the way that people's social identities can overlap and compound. So I want you to think about these overlapping and compounding experiences in conflict. And I want you to think about this not as addition, but as multiplication. So Rahina is a woman and she is a person of color. And anyone who knows me in person knows that I'm physically disabled on stairs. So I've got these 3 different things. These aren't 3 different buckets that affect me separately. They can all intersect in the same situation. So maybe I'm out at night and there's a group of men who are walking by and one starts catcalling. That might put my female bucket in some stress. And then someone else starts yelling a racial slur. That might put my racial bucket in some stress. And the fastest way out, or the only clearly lit route I can see, is 60 steps. Well, that might put my physical disability bucket in some stress. So these things all intersect in the same situation. And so this is what my window of tolerance might look like in that situation. I might be fine for the first bit. Then I might be edging towards my windows. But by the 3rd bit, I might be completely all over the place in my window of tolerance, and that might show itself out, might make itself known in my behavior. And mediators who can notice these things are at an advantage because we understand that our clients are dysregulating. This is super important because, to my mind, it is completely unethical to let dysregulating parties be in a joint session. Why? Because some of the key tenets of mediation, the reason people buy into it is because it's their agreement. They've come together to make this agreement. But if they made that agreement from a place of dysregulation, they've done it from a place of psychological lack of safety, which means that it's not truly voluntary, it's actually reactionary. Voluntary agreements come from here. Also, the tenet of do no harm, if you've ever read Hoffman's ethics paper. When people are negotiating from a place of here, they're already operating from a place as if they're at risk of harm or experiencing harm. So my best advice to all mediators is, if a client dysregulates, go to caucus. Take them apart. And what do we do once we take them apart? Well, we have 2 options with our window of tolerance. We can self-regulate, which is maybe using the deep breathing technique. I'll give you a few other techniques to stay within our own window of tolerance. But there's also something called co-regulation. And this is where we regulate each other. So maybe, you know, when we say name it, tame it, or make them feel heard, we have safety in numbers. So when we say, oh, you're angry. Yeah, I'm angry. Well, where are they going to go now that they feel connected with? And so they come back into their window of tolerance because it no longer feels as unsafe. Similarly, when people are at the bottom of their window, you want to, if in doubt, copy paramedic to their body, so crunchy foods. So this is why I say healthy snack, water, and a hot drink. Now we're still business people, so you know, you can hack your hospitality. Maybe provide half calf options or have decaf options so that you can support people's bodies in staying within their window of tolerance. Now, if you want to expand your own window, you would go to mindfulness practice, and there's loads of neuroscience research out there talking about what mindfulness practice does in helping us build our own window of tolerance and expand our own window of tolerance. And just remember that mediation is a triadic conflict formation. So here I put the mediator within their window of tolerance, and that enables the mediator to work with parties who are outside of their window of tolerance. But if the mediator isn't within theirs, then they're operating from a place of dysregulation, and you're not going to have a successful mediation. So remember to take caucus for yourself too, if you feel yourself nearing your edges of your window. And we all know about the person who's not in the room. Maybe it's the spouse or the boss or the person who gave authority to negotiate. Remember that their window of tolerance is impacted by these people's windows of tolerance. I want to make some time for questions, and I'm a little behind. So I'm just going to say one thing about attachment. And that is attachment, coming from this part of our brain, is a safety mechanism. So according to attachment theory, we love people because it keeps us safe and it keeps our others safe. So if we're sick, someone will take care of us. If we're in danger, someone will come protect us. Now, what that means is, in my lemon story, we're not just looking at positions and interests. We're looking at attachment-based interests. And those interests are the deepest ones you can possibly get. So people can be quite entrenched. And if you can get to those attachment-based interests, when people are dysregulating, they're going to regulate quite quickly because they know you understand the level of fear they're facing. And when there are attachment-based interests, you can expect dysregulation faster and a more extreme one, because in attachment theory, the way I like to explain it is when we love someone, they get real estate in our nervous systems. And when we're worried about something happening to one of our loved ones, our nervous systems are reacting as if it's a threat to our own lives. So we go outside of our own window of tolerance, or are at risk of doing so. So the final point I want to make is that we can co-regulate, but we can also co-dysregulate each other. So I'll leave you with this image, this idea of this, and this person is connected to this person, or this person is connected to these people, but not to this person, but their dysregulation can still impact these people. So I know you did some work on communicating in a polarized community today, and this is sometimes what happens, especially online or in really contentious issues. We're co-dysregulating each other or co-regulating each other. So I've left you with some tips on ways that you can keep your client in their own window of tolerance, considerations that I'll leave you with. And I've already told you about some of them. So the trauma-informed diet. Remember that clients are the experts of their own lives, so you can ask them about their own predictions about their behavior. You can schedule to avoid concurrent stressors that are unrelated to the legal matter or the conflict. Other things you could do involve keeping yourself in your window. So note any potential biases you might have. Check your calendar for predictably tough days, anniversaries of loss, or coinciding with a stressful deadline. Do you have an on-call colleague who's within your chain of confidentiality? 2 brains and guts are better than 1, or maybe that colleague can co-regulate you. Trauma-informed diet applies to you too. I happen to be drinking a half calf right now. Do you have health and medication needs, just like your clients in the previous slide? Or what are your childcare needs? Those are your attachment figures. They're going to impact your window of tolerance. Remember that there's your safety and self-care. I've talked about clients on the other slide. Caucus for yourself. Use your own self-care techniques that you wrote down and some of the other ones that I provided to you. And if in doubt, activate your parasympathetic system, breathe. And there are tons of other things you can do. So I encourage you to, as a summary, negotiate and facilitate like an orca, focus on getting what's on top of the ice by going beneath it, creating slipstream for your clients. That is, when a newborn orca is born, they cannot swim on their own. So the mother will create this little current for the baby to swim in. And we want to create that by creating environments and processes that allow our clients to come along with us easily. We're doing the work. We're like the mama orca, but they're being able to come into their swim alongside us, do the work, operate from that prefrontal place and breathe. So this is that time for discussions. Does anyone have any questions or any thoughts that you would like to share? Thank you so much to the person who DM'd me.
Rena, I do have a question here. Question
Go for
is,
it.
can the window of tolerance be situational?
Yes, absolutely. So I like to think of the window of tolerance. If anyone has seen Wreck-It Ralph, you know, they have the little pop-up screens up at the top. Oh, it's Wreck-It Ralph breaks the internet. Well, I like to think about people walking around with their own window of tolerances, and your window of tolerance, maybe let's take 3 scenarios. You're outside a baseball.
She froze.
Related memories. If you
Sorry, Regina, you froze for about 4 seconds.
Oh, okay. So I was just saying, if you had really good memories with your attachment figures when you were a kid outside that hot dog stand, you might have a very wide window of tolerance. You might even have good memories and make it associated positive attachment moments. If you had a really on a bicycle and you were hit by a car and the first thing you saw was a hot dog stand, you might have a very tiny window of tolerance for it. Especially because in trauma, as mental health first aiders, one of the first things they teach us is when the way trauma codes in the brain isn't just the event itself, the getting hit by a car in this case, it's the way the first human reacts to you. So if a mental health first aider comes up to you and says, "Hi, I'm Regina, are you okay?" They're going to register that calm and the brain's going to code it that way. But if, on the other hand, the first thing they see is someone screaming, going, "Oh my God, are you okay?" Or, "Oh my God, there was a car crash." That's the way that the brain's going to code it. And so that will render us with a smaller window of tolerance. Now, if you are a vegetarian and this is a deeply ethical issue for you, you could happen upon that hot dog stand and have a micro window of tolerance because for you that is murder. So we have everything is situational in the way that I conceptualize this. However, you want to get a sense of where the window is big or small. So something that I will sometimes do with clients is I will remove all the sophistication from it. And I'll just do this. I'll toss this here. And I'll say, okay, so this is hyper, and this is hypo. Can you tell me, are there any times or any issues we might cover in this mediation where you think you might do either? And someone will say, "Oh yeah, if it's about the kids, I will hyper. I guarantee you that's going to happen. But if it's about the house, I might hypo." So I already know then when we're edging those topics in joint session that I probably want to go to caucus. So those are ways of using situational ones to our advantage as ADR practitioners. I've also got another question in the chat. It says, how can I help opposing counsel to get back in their window of tolerance? A lot of opposing counsel are very reactionary to the point of digging their heels in every little point. How can we get to the same page when we're just attorneys without a neutral? Okay, great question. Go back to their interests. Try and figure out, have a human conversation if they're open to that. Generally, I've found that getting on a call is far more regulating than emails. Emails tend to escalate us a little bit. And go to rosy ground. So I think we all know about dangerous ground or rocky ground, but I've got this thing that I call rosy ground, which is, what's the thing that's going to make a person smile? Where's somewhere that they've got a big window of tolerance? So for parents, it's often their kids, grandparents, their grandkids, authors, their books. Someone like me just throw attachment or trauma geekery at me, and my window's like this big. It's bigger than my Zoom screen. So if you go for rosy ground first, you're probably gonna support that conversation and stabilizing a little. So don't think about it as I'm wasting time having chit chat. Think about it as I'm stabilizing their brain so that I can have a very productive negotiation in 2 rounds of 6 minutes rather than spending 4 rounds of 6 minutes engaged in a super entrenched battle. I hope that helps. It is time, but I've got another question in there. If you have any questions, I will invite you to join my pod on LinkedIn. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, Rahina Lalani Daya, and if you follow me, you can see my post. If you connect with me, you can reach out to me via the messenger and ask me your questions. I'm always happy to talk about this stuff.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rahina. I really appreciate it. And if you have additional questions, do reach out to her and connect with her on LinkedIn. So we're at the top of the hour. It's been a long morning. We appreciate everyone sticking around. I've been watching everyone's participation. So thank you for being with us today. Special thank you to Tom, Gary, Scott, Ray, Erica, Ellen, and of course, Rahina, for your time, your expertise, and your knowledge, and sharing that with our section today. I think we've learned a lot. Particularly, my window of tolerance can change from time to time, it seems, and I've got to learn to figure that out. But I think we've all learned a lot. So thank you for being with us today. Lane, thank you again, as always, for your support from the State Bar. We have, as I mentioned at the beginning of the program, we're really trying to continue to bring a lot of programs to you throughout the year. And so do join whenever you can, however you can, whether it's in person in some of our in-person events or virtually on Zoom. We try to do that at least once a month. But we look forward to seeing you. And of course, if you want to be involved, if you want to help lead programs, if you just want to see how things work at the leadership level, do reach out to me, of course, the State Bar, and we will love to bring you into the works and get you involved. We're always looking for many people to take this section even to higher ground. I do want to make a couple of reminders. Our CLEs have been approved, both with the State Bar and with the Georgia Office of Dispute Resolution. So if you are a registered neutral with GODR, do make note of that. You will have received all the materials before today's program, but Lane, perhaps we can send just another email in case someone has missed it. But if we can send that out, that'd be great. And then sort of final plug, we have, the section is co-hosting with the Georgia Office of Dispute Resolution the ADR Institute on November 21st at the State Bar. We really hope you all will be there. It's a fantastic event. Learn a lot from many experts in the field. And so do look out for registration details on that. Again, on behalf of the section and the leadership, thank you all for being with us today. And we look forward to seeing you in future programs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this does conclude today's program. Thank you for joining and have a great day.